crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
You just crossed him over. Danced to
another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick. What's up, guys?
Hey.
Hello.
How we doing today?
How are you, Happer?
Yeah, how are you, Happer?
How are you, Happer?
I'm glad you're still repping the colors.
Yeah, I'm bad. From that perspective, I'm very bad.
Baseball's canceled still.
7 in a row? Or is it 8?
I think it's only
7?
6.
Oh, that was 7. Right.
They haven't won in a
This is after
long
previously
time.
having a 7-game winning streak.
You haven't won
this
since
month.
the summer.
But his football team won this weekend.
Shut up.
Sorry. That's true. Yeah,
Congrats.
I love
Shout
Andy
out-
Dalton. What can I say?
Shout out to the Panthers.
Turns out you needed the red rifle. That's what they called him, right? The red rifle?
That is what they've been calling him for many years.
Yes, but
We should
only
call him the Red
my
Rocket.
people
My
can
friends-
call him the Red Rifle. You cannot.
That's right.
My friend said they probably called him the red rifle to
7.
avoid calling him the red rocket.
It is 7 in a row, by the way.
Nice.
2 and 8 in the last 10.
People kept trying to tell me all last week, oh, come on. What are you worried about? They're going to be fine.
They're
And I
gonna be
wake up this
okay.
morning and I look at the standings and it says that they are not fine. They
No.
are tied for a playoff spot right now.
It's not good.
The good news is you still have the tiebreaker over the Tigers.
That might honestly be helpful,
Tied.
John.
Tigers.
That
You
be
might
good.
need it. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, whether
I
you
just
need
hope
it or
it's
you
not
don't
going
need it.
to overtime because overtime's bad.
No, don't
Overtime
do that.
is bad. If we have to go to overtime to decide who goes to the playoffs, that's bad.
Well, there's
Yeah.
no such thing as a team in this area who can't put things together in overtime.
Yeah, Midwestern teams are usually good at overtime.
You know, that's there was a theme today with what Matt Rhule was saying, and I wonder how frustrating it is for him. Because it was frustrating last year. You could tell, after the first 2 games where he was taken aback by the reaction, and I was thinking about this. We were doing the show, and of course, we kind of hammered on the whole overtime thing at the very beginning,
Hammer boys.
because we had all the numbers, and
Yeah, because
it just-
Stumanji kept tweeting. Thank you, Stumanji.
Yes, thank you for your service. But at the same time, none of those previous 7 games had anything to do with Matt Rhule or any of these players.
No.
So again, this is one of those things where everyone around here who's been here and has experienced it has an institutional knowledge of the failure. But if you're Matt Rhule, you're like, it doesn't matter what happened against, Miami in 2014. It doesn't matter what happened against, or 15. Was it 15?
They won in 14.
15. That's
Yeah.
right. 14 was only one.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what happened in
2016 versus Wisconsin.
Exactly. None of those things
2017
matter
versus
to us
Northwestern.
because all you guys were in grade school or junior high then, so it doesn't
But-
matter.
They all went exactly the same.
Yeah, I know.
That's true.
So
Happer.
that's kind of weird, is it not?
Yeah, it is. No, it is. It is. And again, it's one of those things where all of us are sitting here. I
Third
thought
and 42.
I thought the exact same thing when Gunnar Gatula jumped and started the drive. It was like,
Uh-oh. It's
oh,
over.
great.
Yeah.
First of all, you let these guys score in 2 plays, and then your first play, you're going backwards.
There's something about walking over to the spot that we did the show from.
Yeah.
'Cause So we get on the elevator
I
right
heard
as
you guys missed the Heine pass.
we did. Yes.
We did.
I saw the high
Because we were like, yeah, and he didn't play this week. And people were like, you idiot. Yes, he did. We're like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You were driving a truck.
Yeah. So we got on the elevator right as Nebraska gets that takeaway, right? Which explains how we missed the Heine pass. But we get down there and we're walking over, but you can always hear.
Yeah.
You can always hear. So you hear it and then you watch. You hear it and you watch. You hear it and you watch. And so when it gets to 4th and 3, and I hear, Nate Rohr say 4th and 3, and I don't remember if he said that, here comes whatever for the field goal.
we
can't
couldn't
remember.
tell.
But there's no cheer, and it's just like, oh no, something bad is about to happen. And then in overtime, we're so far away, but still so close where you can kind of hear,
Just faint.
but you
little-
don't know
yeah.
are those cheers, are those sad disappointments, and then you're like, should I look at Twitter and get spoiled, or should I just watch the phone?
That's
hard.
big. I've come to this
Very sad.
conclusion in the 2 weeks that we've done those shows from there. The folks, God bless you, if that's what you want to do is just sit outside the stadium, watch the game on TV. But that's a miserable way to watch a game because you're spoiled
every play.
Because
you feel the big meteor about to hit you, and then it hits you.
Yes. When I was down there watching the game after I had everything set up, I would hear an eruption, and I'd see the reflection of the fireworks in that hotel across the street. And I'm like, I guess something happened.
Yeah.
And then 10 seconds later, it happened.
I wonder what the delay is if you use an actual antenna and pull in the signal. You're like, game was on Fox, so you pull it in off.
So that first night I was there was a group of tailgaters who had an antenna like set up.
Okay.
And
how bad was the delay?
It felt about the same.
That must have been a satellite.
Maybe
Was it a satellite?
It must have been a satellite.
I mean, it could have
Nobody
been, but
actually has
remember,
bunny ears anymore, do they?
No, it's like a little thin piece of
it's like a little
plastic.
Yeah, it's like a little dish or something.
Actually, my dad has one. I don't think he ever used it.
I think those are about 15 seconds now, with like the 7-second delay, but then still kind of having the natural delay.
That's right. You got to have the delay in case Brando,
says the F word.
Something about Larry the Cable Guy.
Yeah, exactly.
In case some Colorado fan storms the field and goes, "Let's bleep and go!" right to the camera.
Exactly.
That was funny.
The good news is 15 seconds, as we all know, is a very
long time. You can create
Such a
life in
long
15
time.
seconds.
Such a long time.
Yeah, I don't know how those folks enjoy that.
So I watched one game like that, the whole game. It was the Mike Riley 2017 Wisconsin, where Wisconsin just started handing the ball off forever.
So what was the noise on the pick 6 by Aaron Williams?
So that happens, and they're shooting off fireworks, and we're all like, "Oh my gosh, what's about to happen?"
Yeah.
And 20 seconds later, we saw the play.
Because that truly came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it was
Because
cool.
They got it. It was a kick return by them, and they got stopped on like their 12-yard line or something. So they had them backed up, and they immediately got the pick 6. It was almost like Shedeur and Tommy Hill. It just kind of came out of nowhere.
I will say the one time where the fireworks and eruption of noise didn't mean what happened was that interception in the end zone, because they did the loud noise and fireworks and stuff.
What?
What are you talking about?
The game on Friday where that dude had that interception in the end zone, and then they spent forever analyzing it.
Oh, yeah. Because they said they called it a touchdown.
They called it
on
a
the
touchdown.
field.
Yeah.
So
I mean that wasn't spoiled.
that was weird. That was a weird play.
It was weird.
That was a weird play.
People
John, that was a weird
still
play.
don't know what
It
a catch
was a weird
is.
play.
Yeah.
People still don't know what a catch is.
He crossed the line, Happer.
He crossed the line.
He crossed the line.
It has to be a touchdown. He
crossed the
touched the
line.
ball. It was touching the line. It's a touchdown.
Yeah.
Not how it works, guys.
No. You got to complete the process of the catch.
Yeah.
I thought we learned this when Dez caught it.
Yeah.
I thought we did too.
Calvin Johnson was when I
yeah.
learned about completing the process of the catch.
Yeah.
That was the first time that I learned it.
Now it's like a race. If you're watching a game with other people, it's now a race to go, but did he complete the process? Someone in the room is going to say, yeah, but did he complete the process of catch?
I don't understand the rules of what makes a catch anymore. Everyone has that joke all
People love
ready to go
doing
in their
that
holster.
They do.
By the way, it was as many people are commenting about streaming and cable and over the air. Kenneth says Cox cable is worse than streaming. That's true.
That's true.
Watching the game in the press box and then going to Twitter. First of all, Mitch Sherman was it was like he was watching also off of YouTube
Very
TV.
funny.
But Jack Mitchell is like 3 plays behind the entire time. It was
Because Jack is in his lair with his 1940s TV watching
It's
it on
retro
If I
vision.
watch it on a TV that was made in 1995, they'll
That's-
play
it's
like
my
they were in
Dormer
1995.
microwave. Nobody cares.
It's retro vision, guys. You don't get it.
Oh man,
It's for the vibes.
so funny. But yeah, he's like 8 plays behind the entire time.
Yeah, it's fun.
Why are you so far
Because they have TVs set up in the press box too.
And even those are a little behind.
It's about a play and a half behind.
yeah.
That's
Right,
about
well,
what
yeah,
Fox
because
was.
They have the Husker Vision ones, which are live.
the Husker Vision ones are in perfect sync, but but next to it is which can be convenient when
If
you've
you
already
want to
seen what
replay.
happens and then you want to watch it again. Oh,
Yep.
did he? Okay,
Yeah.
you can watch it that way.
You can actually watch the game twice live.
Yeah.
It's
You
amazing.
can.
I'd
Pretty
say
nifty.
It's like you're rewatching it as you're watching it.
the Fox Sports
Take that,
app.
Michael.
The Fox Sports app was about a play and a half, 2 plays behind.
That's what we watched it on right on the way over,
Yep.
and that I couldn't believe how not far behind that was.
Yeah,
because we
it
were
was the
watching
same
off
thing
of
with-
John's phone on the Fox app.
Same thing with my YouTube TV the other week when we were walking for the Colorado game.
You see, my YouTube
Just-
TV was way behind
Mine was
because I had it up on my laptop during the game, and it was like 3 plays behind the entire time. I was like, nah, because I was like, oh, maybe I'll watch replays, and I was like, I don't want to watch 2 plays ago.
Maybe it was an NBC thing.
NBC, the game was on Fox.
Fox.
I was thinking for the Colorado game.
Mm.
NBC's
Oh,
better, yes.
yeah.
Could have been.
Yeah.
Could have been.
Who knows?
The Fox app sometimes is pretty darn close not to real time, but to whatever cable is.
They have this option that I just discovered on my YouTube TV while I was watching so much football this weekend and not baseball.
Nice.
You can buy. You have to buy it. It's $10 a month. The 4K.
Yeah.
But only some channels. So Fox has it. So I got a free trial.
Yeah.
Did it look any
And
better?
I watch Ohio State and Marshall in 4K. And it was awesome.
Really?
It was so good.
Ooh.
Yes.
Oh.
It was so good. But it costs an extra $10 a month.
And
so I have it for several more weeks now.
Yeah, and which of the channels is it available for?
The Fox had one. Big Fox had one.
Does ESPN have one?
So then they did it for Utah and Oklahoma State too. They had it for the ESPN night game, I think.
The Tennessee game or
yes, Tennessee, Oklahoma. Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe was that ABC?
That was on ABC.
So
but
it must have been that.
It's all one big happy.
But I was scrolling through there and it didn't have the options for all of them. But that 4K for that Ohio State game was,
you could actually tolerate Gus Johnson in that
nice.
Barely.
Yeah.
It was bright. Bright. And
was it?
Crystal
Ooh.
clear. Yeah.
I like that.
All right. Well, I kind of want to try this.
So I don't know. Start your free trials.
I love 4K.
Shotzi says 4K is 100% worth it. Shame there's only like one game in each window.
100%.
Yeah, this is kind of like going back to the early days of HD TV when not every game was in HD. And so you're like, oh man, I'll watch this game that I don't really care about just because it's in HD.
Soon enough, we'll have our 4K on our phones. We can
nice. Nick,
That's
seriously,
4K.
you should have been around when HD first became a thing and football games were in HD.
Yeah.
Like
It
everyone
was
lost
special.
their minds.
Oh yeah,
I remember the HD transition.
Yeah.
Because NASCAR. I grew up in a NASCAR family. Watching NASCAR in HD blew my mind.
It still makes me laugh every time when I showed my father HD for the first time. He's like, "See, can't you tell the grass on the Notre Dame field? Can't you see it?" Well, I don't know. Looks like grass to me on the other one too. Because I kept going back and forth between standard def and HD.
What a take.
Well, the picture's wider, but it looks the same to me.
Bad eyes, Dad. Bad eyes.
That's such a dad take.
Oh, it definitely is.
Yeah. It's like, I don't like this, and I'm going to say
All right,
I
fine.
don't
We're
like
going to watch this Baylor game on standard definition pay-per-view. I hope you enjoy it.
I remember, too, like when DVRs were becoming a thing. My girlfriend at the time, her parents were over during the Summer Olympics, and she was like, "So is this just on your DVR?" I'm like, "No, we're watching it on TV right now." She was like, "But isn't it taped?" Like, no, it's just, you can save things. She was baffled by the fact that you could still watch TV live. She's like, so is this TiVo? No, it's just the thing.
It's just TV.
TiVo. Remember TiVo?
Oh, yeah, people loved TiVo.
People loved TiVo.
I never had TiVo.
And then
No,
very
never
quickly, TiVo.
yeah, because
was
then
nothing.
everyone was like, we have DVR now.
Well,
Exactly.
TiVo was DVR, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
TiVo was
TiVo's the
DVR.
original
But
DVR.
it was DVR for like 6 months.
So you would hook it up to your cable, though.
Mhm.
TiVo was like this separate thing. Whereas
Right.
then cable companies were like, wait, why don't we just invent?
Why don't we just do this?
Do you think
TiVo was dead?
Do you think TiVo's pissed off that they didn't become the Kleenex of that?
They
like,
could have,
everyone calls
Nick.
it DVR instead of
Right.
TiVo.
They
probably
could,
are.
yeah.
People kind of still call it TiVo, I hear from time to
Old
time.
heads.
I don't remember
they?
the last time I
It's
heard
like,
the word TiVo.
Yeah, I just had it
Can
on
you
the,
TiVo
I had
it?
a TiVo.
Yeah, I never had it.
Remember that logo? Look at that TiVo logo.
You just
I
never
remember
had
that.
purple? guy.
TiVo.
Wasn't it purple, Josh?
It was like multicolored. It was a TV with the antennas, and then it said T in red. I was green. The V was, what is that? Orange, John, and then
Orange
the
and yellow,
O.
yeah.
Yeah, they took the
TiVo.
Google
TiVo.
approach.
Yeah.
Look at us. We're young and
DVR.
excitable.
Was that a DirecTV thing first, or was that a Dish Network thing?
First time I remember it was Dish.
We
had a Dish
I
network.
thought Dish was the Hapa.
See, that was
Oh,
the
that was
Hapa.
eventual.
The Hapa?
The Hapa. I forgot about the Hapa. Yeah, that's right. They branded theirs the Hapa.
I remember the Hoppa.
You got the Hapa?
Wasn't the Hoppa? Wasn't that just like the satellite, the portable satellite thing that you could take to like your tailgates? Isn't that what that was?
Oh gosh.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh.
I thought that was their DVR thing. I remember the
I
commercials.
remember
and
the
that's it.
commercials definitely.
Great commercials.
But
Dish
people have
Hoppa.
those things that they could just take with them. So
That's
they can
probably
get
what
their
Nick was
satellite.
watching the game on. a couple
Hopper
weeks
is a
ago.
line of digital video recording set-top boxes.
Okay, so
It's
it's
the
Yeah,
Hoppa.
so it was
It was a TiVo.
it was a DVR.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was their version of the DVR. The Hapa.
The
Brian
Hoppa.
says we watched it at the campground / lake on Friday. We watched it with an antenna, and our neighbors who were watching over YouTube TV were 2 to 3 plays behind.
Interesting.
That sucked.
That makes sense.
I'd be so pissed.
Shout
if
out
that's
to
a-
the bunny ears.
What if that's a bandwidth thing, as opposed to in the air? You can grab it. Otherwise, it's the internet. It has to flow through channels and stuff.
100%.
Yeah.
Got to be it.
It's got to be.
That's why, that would be the closest you could get.
Though if you want our show as live as possible, YouTube is the way to go. It's not that far behind.
The radio.
Or the radio.
Well, the radio is actually further behind YouTube.
That's right,
John.
because we have the delay on.
Yeah. Like I'll have at the very end of Happer's show, I always have it on my computer just to see when they're done. But sometimes he'll get very animated and he'll yell in here. And then like 5 seconds later, he'll yell on my computer.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, FCC.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Damn government overreach.
Classic. We should be able to say the F word on the radio.
We could
discuss this a little bit.
Well, we could take the delay out.
Frank!
Just have a lot of faith in ourselves.
I could take you out of Program 1 quick. You can say the F word.
Oh, perfect.
So it'll go over YouTube and
awesome.
nobody will hear it here.
Oh, great.
It'll be in the recording and it'll be in the video.
All right, let's do it. 1, 2, 3.
Nick, if you wouldn't have pressed that button.
Yeah, I would have said it, Nick.
Yeah.
We could have gotten fired.
He would have said it.
Yeah.
No, because we have a delay, so it's fine. I could have just
take the delay out. Dump it out. Dump it out.
Dump it out.
Dump it out.
Sometimes says, did I miss Gonzaga to the Pac-12 overreaction? Is Gonzaga going to the Pac-12? Did I miss this?
Gonzaga's going to the Pac-12?
Wait,
did Josh just break news to me?
Where?
Josh has been fooled.
Is Josh being a huckster?
Josh has been huxed, I think.
Who's the Josh that's been huxed?
That's gotta be a bit.
Josh
because
Hodson.
Would Gonzaga go to the Big 12 before they let UConn in?
Oh, wow. Brett McMurphy, Gonzaga leaving West Coast Conference to join Pac-12, source told Action Network. Pac-12 still needs minimum of 2 football members by 2026. Yeah. You guys doubted Josh.
Huh.
Wow, look at that.
Josh.
Sports Flash. There you go.
Congrats, Gonzaga.
Congrats. Sort of.
Pac-12 still needs minimum of 2 football members by 2026, but Gonzaga, even without a football team, will receive a full conference revenue share in the Pac-12.
So they're still going to get a full share, even though they don't have football.
Wow, tough look for.
Holy cow!
Damn, they're going to be the best basketball school ever.
How's this going to affect Creighton?
What does this mean for the Rose Bowl?
Means that Creighton should go to the Pac-12.
What about Notre Dame?
Oh,
yeah.
You get a full Pac-12 share?
Yeah.
Creighton
We'll take that.
Yeah.
It's time to fire up the football team again, Creighton.
They
Let's
wouldn't
go.
need it. Gonzaga doesn't need it.
Yeah.
Creighton on the CW? That sounds sweet.
They could be the easternmost West Coast team instead of being the westernmost East Coast team.
That means we get to play the earlier games.
Yes, that's
nice.
Right. Yes, instead of playing
Let's do
all the
this.
games at 9.
Oh, not a bad idea, John.
Let's do this.
Hey, did you guys see the thing that was going on with Lincoln and the CW on Saturday night?
Josh told me briefly that Lincoln wasn't getting the CW.
So many people wanted to watch the Purdue-Oregon State game.
Yeah.
Because it was on the CW.
Yeah.
And apparently it was not on their YouTube TV. Jack Mitchell was complaining about it. Greg and Lincoln, our old friend, was complaining about it. He is of Purdue. I was watching it in glorious Omaha. I was watching Purdue get
Omaha is so
mashed.
much better. It's not even fun.
Yeah. How did we have it and Lincoln does it? I got nothing for you.
I admit I didn't even know the game was on.
Wow,
CW.
tough look, John. You didn't want to watch Purdue?
I was watching K-State.
What time was that on?
That was like a 7 o'clock-ish.
Oh,
game.
that was a night game? Yeah, I was
7:30-ish.
watching Tennessee and
Oklahoma.
Baylor, Colorado. And the pig game, Floyd the farmer game, whatever.
He's a pig.
Iowa whooped them.
By the way, guys,
I just wanted to see if that game would hit the over. Thank you. It
nice.
did.
So, a lot of consternation about the whole Friday night situation.
Yeah.
Can I just say that it was awesome, and I love
classic Husker hater on the zone.
I love not having to do a Nebraska game on Saturday. Go to a Nebraska game on
More
Saturday.
Friday games.
It is kind of good.
More Friday games.
I
Watch
like
all the Saturday games. Watch all the Sunday games. That was perfect.
It was very nice.
I kind of liked it too.
I did too. Getting home at 2:30 was
a little rough.
It was tiring. I was
Yeah.
tired.
So, like, it's
Woke
the
up to
trade-off.
walk my dog.
We pushed a whole Friday and a Saturday into Friday.
Yeah.
We did our shows,
Mhm.
and then the game happened.
Mm-hmm.
But then, as a trade-off, you
I
get
got
Saturday,
to sit on my couch
Saturday
on Saturday.
was-
wide open.
Freedom.
I slept in until almost 10:30 on Saturday.
That's nice. I got up at 8.
I also got up at 8.
Walked Mr. Banks.
I did a podcast.
You were a podcast.
I had to do takes.
Yeah, you did. It's me, Connor Happer.
Being on the air? No. Wait.
Yeah.
Do the other way.
And then, podcasts.
Breathing air? No.
Oh, yeah.
Being
on the air.
Yes.
Oh, you did the
verbal meme. It was a verbal
They
meme.
did the
Okay.
Drake meme.
It was a verbal meme.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got it, Happer.
I believe
It took me a second to pick up what you were putting down.
Jesse says your app is like a full 60 seconds behind. I'm sure you'll be onto the next subject before you get this.
Yeah.
Probably.
So when I listen to you guys, if I'm out gas mowing,
Do you do it on the Zone app?
I don't do the app anymore. I do on YouTube, and I just put my phone in my pocket, and it just stays on the whole time.
That's what I do too.
Yeah, because the problem with YouTube is the phone has to always be on. I mean, the
Correct.
screen's got to be up and everything.
Unless you are a
Unless
subscriber
you have
to
a
YouTube.
Mega YouTube.
Is it called YouTube Red still?
No, that YouTube Red's dead.
Oh.
It's just YouTube Premium, I think.
YouTube
Mega
Premium.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Red's
I
dead.
consider it. I mean, it's kind of cool to listen to the podcast, be able to shut the phone off.
Occasionally, you get the ads in your timeline.
Yeah.
Perfect timing for this. There's this thing called
TweetDeck, though.
Canalis Official, which tired of bunions, plantar fasciitis, and hammer toes.
Oh, John, tag Tommy Hill.
We need to tag Tommy Hill.
Hey, Tommy, take a
Tommy,
look at this.
here you go,
Your
right here.
computer's
All those highly paid trainers and all them cool things like the wading pool and stuff. Forget about that. They've got the best walking shoes for bunions, plantar fasciitis, and more.
Your computer heard you talk about plantar fasciitis all that time.
Yeah.
And now it's giving you ads for it.
Now you're good to
Yeah.
Not me, computer. Tommy Hill.
go. Yeah, wrong person. By the way, many people are reaching out and said that I should have gone to Minnesota and that I am the reason Nebraska
Oh,
lost.
yeah, that's
This was the
true.
first time I was in this state during a Nebraska
that's
game.
true.
Is it time for you to unveil where you'll be this weekend?
I won't be anywhere.
You won't be in West Lafayette, Indiana?
boy.
I found out this morning.
FanDuel, I'd like to put everything on Purdue.
John, no,
They
no,
take
it's an
phone
app.
orders now.
It's an app, John.
They take phone orders now. It's so much quicker
Hello,
on the
is this
phone.
FanDuel?
Hello, FanDuel? Yes. Give me everything on the Boilermaker. Yes, you heard me. Everything.
No, Josh won't be there. You bet on Nebraska.
Hello, is this
No.
Jonathan
He's-
FanDuel?
But he's going to be here, which means Nebraska's not going to play well. He's got to be in Minnesota.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll be at
Okay.
home. Yeah,
Minnesota!
I'm sad. I'm very sad by this news too. When I got the word today, I was excited to email John and Nick and say, "Hey, I'll be doing the show Friday from a radio station in Indianapolis." But instead, I'll be here next to you.
You get to be here next
This is the
to
first
us.
time we will do a show in studio on a Friday since like April.
You don't
something,
know
or
that.
August
Anything
something.
could happen.
Because
before
that's true.
Friday.
John could get COVID again.
I wonder between you
You got
doing
COVID.
John's wife could get COVID
She
again.
got COVID.
between you doing this and John being away for Creighton, I wonder what percentage of our shows are actually in studio anymore.
Oh, it's still
Oh, it's still a good one.
high
Yeah,
90%.
come on.
Or when it snows a little bit outside and you guys are too scared to drive in.
Not too scared. Our bosses reach out and say, if you need to stay from home, and we say, sounds good,
Except
boss.
for you, Nick.
You're the producer, Nick. You can't produce from home. Wait till they put that new board in, though. It'll be any day now.
There is a way to produce from home with that new board.
Any day now, Nick. It'll be done before winter.
Totally.
Yeah, definitely done.
It'll be great.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll all have fun.
Wow, no game for Josh.
No game for me.
Man, you could have worked with the voice of the NBA, Jack Collinsworth.
I could have said, hey, I love your dad.
By the way, for all
That's
of
what people
Here's
love
a
to hear.
guy.
for all you Husker and NBA fans, of which I know that is a perfect circle.
Many,
Great
many
man.
Venn
John.
diagram. Yes, Jack Collinsworth will be calling the
Okay.
game this Saturday, along with who is Michael Robinson? Why don't I
Played at
recognize that?
Penn State, if I remember
That
right.
sounds
that-
like that's
that-
a generic name.
Yes.
I'm
You thinking
Michael
of
Robinson.
Allen
This guy.
Robinson?
No, Michael Robinson. There he is.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you remember him?
Yep. Now I do.
41 years old, Happer.
Okay.
With Jack Collinsworth.
Young Jack.
He also played for the 49ers of San Francisco and the Seahawks of Seattle.
Mm.
He won a Super Bowl.
Oh man, I don't know if I'm going to like this guy.
Nice.
Jack, you're going to have to carry the whole broadcast.
I like Jack's involvement of Sunday Night Football broadcasts where he stands on the sideline and says things before the game.
He does. And then they do the after show on the Peacock.
Does he really?
I
That's
don't
a
watch
post-game
that.
show?
Yeah, they do an extended post game on the Peacock where
Him and
it's, where it's
Rodney?
him and Dungy
Is it still Rodney?
Rodney, because
Wow.
those are the guys on the field.
Oh, interesting.
They just stand there
Yeah.
for like 2 minutes and then they're like, back to you, Mike Tirico.
Yeah. Hey, Jason Garrett.
Right,
do you
but
have
that's
any
the
takes?
NBC broadcast. Then they actually stay on longer.
Yeah, but
for
nobody's
the
flipping
Peacock.
over to Peacock to watch that.
Well, I always watch Sunday night on Peacock.
Oh,
So wait, you
The
watch their
pictures-
post-game
You watch
show?
your post game.
Not usually. Last night it just stayed on a little longer because I hadn't turned it off yet. I was folding
Bum,
clothes.
bum, bum.
Folding clothes. That's a late fold there, John.
Well, I was doing laundry yesterday.
No, I did laundry yesterday too, but I folded during halftime of the Eagles game. That's
Well,
when I
this was
decided to
this was
fold.
folding in the post game.
Folding in the post game.
Well, you know that last quarter was so exciting watching how many different ways Atlanta was not going to win that game.
Mm,
Yeah, tough look.
many ways.
All of the ways.
And my son's friend was over, and he's a big Falcons fan, so it was kind of fun to watch someone else stress out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I was like, man, and how many memes were created of poor Raheem Morris, who I'm a big fan of because, defensive coordinator of my team one time. Every time they showed him on the sidelines, it's this. He's looking up at the big screen.
Well, Andy was like, timeout.
With that blank stare on his face.
Timeout. He's lucky that his team ran a dumb play on fourth down because otherwise we would have talked about the timeouts. Yes. Instead, we talked about the dumb play on fourth down.
Coaches love taking timeouts. It's like they love misusing.
When Andy Reid was like, no, he took it.
It's his. It's his.
Give it to him. I don't want mine anymore. He can have his.
Coaches also love challenging things that shouldn't need to be challenged.
Yeah, we saw that multiple times over the last couple of days.
We did.
I thought at first on that one he was out. And then I thought it's probably not worth a challenge. And then they challenged.
The best part, okay, so going back to Jack Mitchell earlier. So Jack, again, many plays behind. And in the stadium, they're like, yeah, Nebraska loses their challenge. And then Jack pops up, great challenge. I laughed so hard.
Great challenge. Hey, it was gonna save them what,
4 yards, John. Yeah. They would have gained 4.
It was still in the 8
down.
or the 3, right? 5 yards.
And we all know Nebraska wasn't going to cover the big fat guy wearing number 90 with no name on the back of his uniform.
I do appreciate Jack being in the media, but not being as media pilled as you guys, where you can take a step back and look at things.
Oh yeah, he's a fan. That's what makes Jack great.
I appreciate that he still has
Bill Simmons
that.
of the Husker media.
I saw.
God, why would you insult him like that?
I saw
Jack. You said that.
Jack's son, who I met.
Yes, he came over and said hello to us.
I hadn't met him before, and then I ran into him in the post game and the interviews afterwards. I was walking out and I said, "Your dad is losing his mind right now." Like, oh yeah.
Good to see Johnny.
Yeah.
We also saw one of our former coworkers. Used to host a morning show on this fine radio station.
He had a lot of things to say.
He had so many takes.
He had takes.
He loves football.
He does.
He
I miss that guy. It was nice talking to him.
Yeah. He had takes and
gotta lean in close sometimes.
Yeah.
Gotta lean in close. It was good to see him though.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them about football. He loves football.
He does. He's a football head.
There's a lot of good things.
Yeah.
I mean, from all
he loves saying run fits.
All the other
run fits.
All the other stuff, with the game going as it did, it sucked. But I agree with you, Connor. I kind of liked this Friday thing.
Dude, sign me up. I'm in.
I kind of liked it.
I'll smash the Friday.
The tailgate
Saturday.
was fun.
Yep. Seriously, I hope that they do a home game. I said that to John in the pregame, and then the game was bad, but it was fun. I think that they should host a home game on a Friday every couple of years.
Let's do it.
Sounds like you guys are saying Friday night's a great night.
It is
football.
a great night for football. The song
exactly
says it.
saying.
It is because it makes Saturday better.
Yeah, I love Saturdays where
what if they had like a real big game, like a brand on brand game?
Michigan coming into town,
USC.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Something like that.
My brand.
That'd be awesome.
What you're saying? Illinois is not a brand.
I am. Although I
it's
do
the
love their
land
helmet.
of Lincoln.
Yeah, don't you remember that guy they had back in the 20s?
Red Grange.
People forget about Red Grange.
I would never.
Yeah.
They had Butkus.
He had 5 touchdowns one time.
They
and Dick
had
Butkus.
Butkus.
Yeah.
They had Juice Williams.
There
and
you
he
go.
wore those really cool helmets.
Ron Zook was their coach once.
Yes.
I mean, we have Sue.
Howard Griffith.
They had Butkus.
Yes.
People forget about Howard Griffith.
Who was the guy who coached him? Tim Beckman.
Hey, John, who was the guy that we had on our show who was like our coach is assaulting us? Remember that guy? Remember this?
That was
a
Tim
decade
Beckman.
ago? Was that Tim Beckman who was the assaulter?
No, it was the guy who took over after him.
You don't remember this? We had a player who came on that was like, the coaches are abusing us. And he came on and we had him on for like 2 segments.
Who's the guy who did
that? Was Illinois?
Tim Beckman.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'll go look it up.
He was there for like
God,
a year.
you're right.
And they were horrendous.
What was that?
And Nebraska lost to them.
Oh,
that was the
classic.
year that Tommy threw that pass and he wasn't supposed to.
Oh, God, that was one of the dumbest things we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was that?
Bill Cubit?
Bill Cubit.
But Tim Beckman was the guy who got fired.
Tim Beckman was the guy who got fired. Bill Cubit took over for him.
Yeah, let's see. What did he do?
Back in that time, there were many Big Ten coaches getting fired for things.
Yeah.
Yes, there were. And now they want to name a shopping mall after them. There's many problematic things that the Big Ten has been involved in.
Can't wait to go on
years.
Joe Paterno Street.
Yikes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a little odd. A little strange.
It is. But it is technically Big Ten cross.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build me a shopping mall on the other side of the interstate. I'm going to call it Big East Crossing. And I'm going to say it outside and say, "Welcome to the Big East, customers."
That is a pretty funny idea, John. You
It
know
is
how
funny.
they have on like the turnpikes or whatever, they have the travel stops.
Yep.
Where you can only get off at those,
Yes.
and they're competing. They're right next to each other on other sides of the road. That's it.
That's
Big
it.
10 stop, Big East stop. You can only go to the Big East one if you're going east.
I want in Chattel's one more and I'm out of here tomorrow for him to say, why didn't they name it Big 8 Crossing? Tom, I'm giving this to you. You can have this. This is for you. Let's go to the Skyriders. You could name a restaurant after everything. The Skyriders Bar, whatever you want to call it.
Side note about Nebraska Crossing. I tried to go to the Lego store this weekend.
Yikes.
Because it just opened up.
Yeah, because you're a child.
Yes. The line was long. It was snaking around the entirety of the inside of Nebraska.
My best friend who does have children, he went to the Lego store this weekend. And he said the line was indeed very long.
I was going to go, and then I saw the line, and I'm like, you know what? It'll just be here.
Folks, if y'all want a bunch of damn Legos, just come to my house. My son still has all of his. You can have as
John
many as
Bishop's
you like.
Legoland.
You can have as many as you like.
Hey, kids,
John
come
Bishop
get
have to
Legos.
wait in line, and it's not named after Bo Schembechler.
John is always trying to start competing businesses with things.
Oh, interesting.
Big East Crossing,
Big East Crossing.
John's Legoland.
John's Legoland is actually the Legoland in Big East.
I've never been
Crossing.
to Legoland. Why is Legoland so good?
Because it's awesome.
People
It's
love
not
Legos.
awesome.
That's not an
It's
answer.
not awesome.
People,
They love the Legos.
the
I
things
don't
that
know.
people can create with these tiny little plastic bricks,
Yeah,
mind blowing.
I played with Legos, but I just don't understand.
Yeah, it's a kid's thing. You know?
I guess
Well,
so.
but I mean, the
And a
things
Nick
that
thing.
the things that non-children can create with Legos is mind blowing.
Well, that's the thing. Just like all other toys, the adults
Wonder
have
what Chance
usurped.
would make with it.
It's an
the-
art medium, John.
They
It's
have
an art medium.
usurped what was a children's toy, and now that it's too good for
John,
the children,
great
it's
take.
now for us.
Keep going, John. This is a great
That's
take.
what it is.
Just like
It's
baseball
sad.
cards,
Yes.
Pokemon
It's
cards.
okay to
Yes.
have an imagination and use your imagination to create things.
But they're not. They're trying to profit off of it.
That's
And
right.
It's sick and disgusting. And It's
Yeah.
capitalism, and you should
Yeah.
hate it.
And it's taking all the fun away
Nick,
from
yeah,
the
for
children.
someone who's so anti-capitalism, you love
I
capitalism
don't think Lego's from a capitalist country, though. It's about creativity and creation.
and making money
and making money.
And making money.
off of your brand. Because
Do you
put
think
it on
Mr.
TikTok.
Lego said, "Oh, I would like to do this, but not make any money. I just want to unlock people's
Nobody-
imagination."
Poll question. Has anybody ever built Legos just for fun? No, they're just building it for money.
Mm.
That's the truth. And the sooner you realize it, the better, Nick.
What do you mean by built Legos?
Build things
I
with
build
Legos.
things with Legos for fun all the time.
No.
It's
you're
great.
You're trying to build something so great that you can make money off of it. That's
But-
what you're doing.
By the way, Hap, before you leave, some guy named Ben Portnoy. I don't think he's related to the other
To
Portnoy.
the other Portnoy.
He's from the Sports Business Journal. He says the reporting linking Gonzaga to the Pac-12 is not correct.
Oh, I was right.
There you go. Wow.
Way to go, Josh.
I stand with Brett.
You know
Brett McMurphy is a friend of the Grum and a fine American.
You know what?
What?
This means we don't have to go to the meeting tonight because Josh was wrong.
Oh, sweet. See you later. See you tomorrow,
Can
everybody.
I teleconference into this?
Yeah, you know what? I almost asked that earlier.
Can we just do a Zoom meeting?
The other show does.
But we're here.
Crap. I gotta get home. I'll do it on the way home. It'll be like listening
I
to
will
a
have been home
podcast.
for several hours already.
When Creighton plays, you just stay here. Just stay here for 4 hours.
Yeah, there's
point.
probably
It's
some
already
work you can
Happer,
do.
it's only 2:25 now. I mean, you're already chopping off time.
Yeah, we've already knocked off 1/8 of the time between the end of
We
your
only
show
have
and
two
the
guests
meeting.
today. Why don't you hang out with us? You can join us after Mitch Sherman.
That's still in 2 hours.
An hour and a half now.
I have a child.
Oh, look at you.
Oh, he's
Second
playing
time
that
in as
card.
many weeks.
Playing that card with us, doing it
remember
to
when
his
he did that
friends.
a
Now
few
he's
weeks
doing it to
ago.
I
us.
didn't do that.
John
Like,
has-
oh man, I can't wait to see Connor Happer today on this day off. And he's like, nope, I have a child.
John has many childs.
Yeah, they're old though.
They are old.
Yeah. One of them picked us up the other night.
That's right.
Yeah, kids driving around.
Yeah.
It
You
is.
could probably
It's
And
take
then
your
John was like, get
baby-
out of the damn car. I'm driving. It was awesome.
Well,
Did you?
well,
He
there
didn't
was,
say get
there
out.
was-
He was just like, give me
well,
the
there
keys.
was 5 of us.
Yeah. There were 3 tiny baby boys and then us 2.
Yeah, and
So you could-
and so we took the front seats because we had just gotten off the road. We'd done our 8 hours driving the truck.
Yeah.
That
Nice.
It was so good.
When Texter Joe first sent
he
us
said
that
it looks like. And as soon as he said that, I looked down at the monitor. He's
I
like,
had
"Oh my
noticed.
god, it looks like we're
the
driving."
access,
truck."
the audio mixer really helped
So-
add to it all.
That whole string of events made me really happy that I forgot the backdrop. So
Yeah?
I was going to bring that backdrop, and I just completely
It was
spaced it
perfect.
out.
Yeah, it looked great.
It was perfect. It
Mhm.
it made everything. It was a nice little halftime break in the depression that was that
then
show.
when that one guy called and you couldn't understand what he was saying, you guys were just driving the whole
Yeah,
time.
we were a little too focused on our pretend driving to listen to the caller.
You got to stay on the road.
That's treacherous.
That happens every
treacherous
now and then
road.
at the end of an overreaction show. There was one caller who called in and had a lot of questions, and Damon and I had no answers because neither of us were listening. It's
I
like,
forgot
Damon,
all your questions.
Why don't you answer, Damon? He's like, I got nothing.
I don't know.
All
David,
right.
you want to take that?
Yep.
No, I do not.
Same.
All right, Connor. Well, we'll see you in 3.5 hours.
Happer, I can't wait to hang out with you for
Yeah.
30 more minutes. Just 30 more minutes tonight.
At the very least, you would think that there would be like pizza.
I don't think we're getting fed tonight.
Interesting.
It's a tough look for your guy. This is your person.
That's
Nick's
true.
the boss too.
Wow. Tough look for you as well, Nick.
Good point.
It is a tough look for me. You know
Yeah.
what? That's right.
You're the director of audio or video and food
Director of food too.
and pizza.
Oh,
Yeah. Indeed.
So we'll just all have a good time hanging out with each other.
Can't wait to see everybody.
We're there for the company, I guess.
I get to see the morning show guys. Never get to see him. Nick, Gary, and Jimmy.
Yeah, I
Can't wait
didn't see him
spend
on
time.
Friday, because
Oh yeah.
Gary was doing a game, wasn't he? Was he doing?
Yeah.
A
He
game?
was.
He was doing
Friday
a game.
night's a
That's what I
great night
thought.
for high school
That's what I
football
thought.
for Gary.
That's what I thought.
Mhm.
Yeah. Didn't see Nick. Didn't see Jimmy.
Nope. Just us children.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
There,
See ya.
There goes Connor. We'll see him in 3.5 hours. And when we come back, it's a Monday after a loss.
Oh God. We're used to this.
But we've got the extra day thanks to it being a Friday.
That's true.
So maybe we flushed some of it.
Perfect.
Or maybe we haven't.
Probably not.
16:20 the zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Can't lose sight of the fact that Nebraska is still halfway to a bowl game.
Oh, there we go. That's glass half full.
And there's still 8 games remaining.
Thank God. 2/3 of the year still left.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Man, that's already a third of the season.
Don't say it that way. I just saw some stupid tweet about a stupid sport that will be played on December the 4th in Omaha between a team from Omaha and a team from Kansas.
It's a great thing.
I'm getting triggered already, John. It's September. Let me enjoy my seasons. Let me enjoy
the fall just started.
Fall.
It literally just started.
And yet you're trying to fast forward. You and your orange
I haven't said anything.
Bald freaks.
I haven't said anything about the orange bald freaks today. Haven't said a thing.
You know what else you haven't said anything about, John? The F&C Cup. How did that go? I'm sure you were there, eyes glued.
I actually was not.
You glued your eyes, John?
No, I did not glue my eyes.
Can we see what kind of takes you have with glued eyes?
Did the F win?
No.
Oh.
Sadly.
The C one?
Actually, the C one. Now I owe Schaefer Popeyes.
Nice.
The good news is I'll never have to pay it off because I'll be dead before I actually get the food.
Yeah, we never talked about this last week when I had my delicious Popeyes and then I had some leftovers and I had that for lunch on Saturday. It was awesome.
Popeyes service is so slow, it even takes a while for the leftovers to get to you.
That's not true, John. It was so delicious and the service was very normal.
It was which
very
for Popeyes
normal.
Means
I had
God
a special
knows what.
order and they were able to deliver it all to me.
I'm
sure
Connor,
they
you need a
hated
special order? Or actually, he
he's
doesn't.
the opposite. No, I do all thighs when I get my Popeyes.
I'm sure they love that, by the way.
I don't. Nick, what do you mean?
I'm sure it doesn't bother them at all.
It's a part of the job to do special orders
Oh,
sometimes.
really? Yeah, the place that famously doesn't like to do their job.
Well, they do it
You're
for me.
asking them to do an
They
extra
said, we'd
part of their
love
job.
to give it to you, sir. And I said, thank you. Tears in their eyes. It was good.
Rooferees, a Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. How are we feeling today?
Bad.
Is Dayton a Ray guy or a Rye guy?
Yeah, we got a text. John and I were up in the press box on Friday. We got a text from a local media member who said something, and John and I were both very confused to the point where John just responded with a question mark to this. Do you remember this text?
Yeah, I do now. Yeah,
and it was about that. It was about the pronunciation. And this person was insinuating that John incepted Tim Brando's brain to call him Rayola instead of Ryola.
By the way.
Bad take.
No. It was
Ryola.
It was Dominic himself when he used to say it on
Ryola.
on those rare occasions when the Lions played on Sunday Night Football.
Ryola.
We even have the audio.
Ryola.
Of him
well,
saying
we did have the audio.
Yeah, I don't think I have it
Oh,
anymore.
sure. Trying to
He
erase
only has
the
100
evidence.
pages over there, so why would
Trying
he
to
keep
erase
it there?
the evidence. Jack Mitchell will be icing his jewels, which means it's the return of a review of Jack Mitchell's Twitter.
From
Friday night.
I love Jack tweets.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along, in part to talk about what Rhule and his message was this week. He had a. You could tell what was on his mind.
Losing.
No, not losing, but trying to overcome the losing. Trying not to have the mindset of losing. It's about being yourself.
Yeah.
It's not about panicking when the situation gets tight.
Yeah.
We're going to take a look at the defense through 4 games. Some interesting numbers.
Yeah.
Interesting numbers.
Yeah. Bummer.
And the Scarlet and the Cream. Our Monday look back at the things we liked and the things we didn't.
I finally have 4 things. because I forgot last week.
There was plenty of things to add to the Scarlet list.
Yeah, I know. I tried to just do 4 and 4.
That's
4
fine.
and 4.
I can't wait to see who's added to the cream team today.
Oh, we got some cream team members for you, Nick.
Will the Bills join the rest of the undefeateds? Remember, tonight we get a not doubleheader.
I wish we could watch all of them, but we'll be in a meeting without food.
You know, it's one thing to, have a 2 TV setup and watch 2 games. It's kind of hard for those of us who will be driving home to try to listen to both games at the same time.
Yeah, you need to. Nick, why
left
don't
ear,
on
left ear
1290
Bengals game, right ear Bills
Why don't
game.
on 1290 we put both games on top of each other?
Oh,
well, no,
interesting.
It's like a 2 TV setup.
But what you can do is you can have your preset 1 on 1620 and your preset 2 to 1180. So then we're in commercial 1. You can go to the 1180 and listen to the other game.
Or if we just were on an FM signal like most sports stations are these
we
days,
have Dash
put
2.
1 game on the left channel, 1 game on the right channel.
Nick, are we? Is 1620 airing the first game or the second game tonight?
The first.
Okay, perfect. And that game kicks off at 6:30, I believe.
Yes.
6:30.
And then the other one is 7:15.
7:15.
All right, perfect. I can't remember which order is which. I think the Bills game is first.
I believe the Bills and Jags are at 6:30, and the
Commanders.
I thought
Bengals
the
and
Bills- I
the
thought the
Commanders
Bills were second.
are at 7:15, I believe.
John and I are right, Nick. Yeah, 6:30 Bills Jags.
And will Big Ten crossing also fail in the NCAA tourney?
Welcome to the Big Ten. Big Ten.
Ways to get in touch with us on the program today, 402-951-1620. That's the 42 Degrees The Source by your mom's house. You can also text that line as well.
Ding dong.
There were so many texts we probably didn't get to.
There were. I tried to
During
read
the,
as many
during
as
the
possible.
post-game
I
show.
tried to. You want us to read those? We
No,
can read
you don't
some of
have
these.
to, unless there's some, like ones. Thankfully, we did catch the one of us, being truck drivers. That was funny.
I try to
We
read them.
enjoyed that.
I try to read them. I try.
There's a lot of things that were coming in.
Yeah,
a lot of things that were coming in, and a lot of you that were trying to get in and talk to us here on the program.
Oh yeah.
But
Bills Jags will be on 1180.
Bills Jags on
So the first game will be on 1180.
Yes, the first game's on 1180. I thought.
And then the
the other
Bengals
ones.
and the Commies will be on
Yes.
this station.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Sports.
Are Kamala's ads also running during the Commies game?
Nice, John. Nice. I got it.
Amazing, John.
Jordan says a lot less creaming today.
There's some. There's
Yeah.
some cream.
There's always room for cream.
There's some cream.
I got some
Not as
cream.
much as the other stuff, but there's some.
Look how it looks like Behringer fan is. See, now this is the part of the year where all the things we said a week ahead of a loss are thrown back in our faces.
Oh, come on.
Are we still going to hear about how unimpressive the Illinois win over Kansas was?
Whoa. Who said that?
I think we
You
said.
didn't say that.
No, I didn't say it was unimpressive. I just said, are we sure that Kansas is good? To which I feel pretty vindicated saying that they just lost again.
That's
That
right.
and-
They did. They're
and
1 and 3.
then, I know that our Iowa, one of our Iowa fans in the audience, JD, was trying to rub it in my face. The whole ranked thing from Matt Rhule. Many takes on many sides.
Yeah, there are.
Many takes on
Let's see.
many
I was in the
sides.
middle of telling you that you can also hit us up in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at
Oh,
USC
yeah.
1620. And you can email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank Inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Speaking of inboxes, did you get that email this morning, John, from 1620, the email with the linky link to get your picks in?
You know what? I didn't even look.
Oh, I got it, John. I got
it
many
too. It's there.
I got many
'Cause
emails
it's in
today.
my other inbox.
What does that mean?
Well, there's
Outlook
another-
separates it between like featured and other.
Oh, not
Yeah.
my Outlook. I don't do that on mine. Let's
No,
get
but yeah,
emails.
there it is. Enter your week 3 picks.
Week 3 of the $25,000 4-quarter pick. And
Do you think I don't think anybody
on.
got 10 this week.
I know that one of the people that might win has a game tonight. I don't know which game, but a game tonight. There are 2 of them.
Did we put one of the Monday night games on?
We put the Bills-Jacks game.
Oh,
We
we
did.
did. Okay.
Yeah,
we
not-
did.
So not one of
But
them.
I was
Yeah.
wondering, I didn't know how many people actually picked Illinois.
Not very
No.
many. Not very many.
No.
So that we said that last week. We said here are a couple games that could screw everything up.
Yes.
Illinois was one
and
of the
Illinois
teams.
screwed everything up.
Yeah.
But get your picks in now. For those of you who are 1620 the email subscribers, you have the link. Get your picks in now, because if there is a tie, the tiebreaker is earliest winning entry received. So make sure you get your picks in now. And for the rest of you who have not subscribed, you should subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. But the picks will be open to everyone tomorrow.
Yes.
But another $2,500 out the window.
Oh, yeah.
Not officially yet, because apparently we're still waiting for a game tonight.
Yeah.
But it will be out the window very, very soon.
That's how it's done.
So there you go. There's the Grum. That's
Nice.
what we got. Jack Mitchell is coming. Oh, friends, 2 weeks ago, in this very same time slot, almost exactly to the second, we got a phone call. We got a phone call from someone who used to sit in that chair.
Yeah.
And he said some very truthful and hurtful things.
Wow.
Well, today, roll call! Those whose NFL teams won this weekend, please raise your hand.
Mm.
Ba, 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 ba,
John, it looks like you're doing a certain salute right now.
ba, ba,
All right, there we go. Now it looks a little bit better.
Oh, his old teacher would have been proud.
That's right. I was the only one that didn't get to raise my hand 2 weeks ago, but today I am the lone survivor. And what a game it was! Oh, what a joyous occasion it was! Oh my! Being down 14, coming back, and guess what?
What?
Not one, but actually three.
We gotta go to break. We're past
Three
time.
special teams plays made the game happen. I kept hearing from all these people, "Oh, Scott Rosen down here with special teams. Oh, you guys are going to suck on
one of
special
those
teams."
people.
Oh,
one of those
no. John
people.
like Scott Frost again.
Yeah, nice take, idiot.
Fake punt return, winning kick from a guy who had a groin injury.
Oh, that must be nice.
Oh.
Hey, the one positive about this, I told you I was right about the 49ers. They stink this year.
Well, they were without a bunch of dudes, too.
So are the Rams. That's an embarrassing loss for the 49ers. It's almost like they're not very good this year.
Oh, it was a wonderful day.
All right, let's go to break so we can talk to
Wonderful
Jack.
day.
No, football's bad.
Yeah.
We have canceled.
This is
Football.
my message to all of you.
Well, is
Just
that
the
legal?
NFL. We've only canceled the
We
NFL.
just put an ass on the
Did you
screen.
see this?
Oh, I
No.
saw it.
Yeah, John, get that off the screen, John. Get that off of there.
The director of video isn't happy with you right now,
John,
John.
take that off. For many reasons, I don't like that on there. Take that off.
That's what the Dolphin season is resorted to.
That is exactly what it is.
All right, Jack Mitchell will join us next on 1620 The Zone.
And lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
And instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Husker Preview Monday is powered by McInnes Roofing and Sheet Metal, Nebraska and Iowa's go-to choice since 1981. Roofing, siding, windows, gutters, sheet metal, or repairs. Their team delivers quality you can rely on for commercial or residential projects. Trust McInnes Roofing and Sheet Metal. Visit McInnesInc.com.
You wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's, praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats. Ham the water of meats. Ham is the water of meats. Someone needs a bacon.
Couldn't last forever, I guess.
No, it's not 1995.
But, you know, we move on. Move on to another day. Joins us. on your level of surprise, I mean, I didn't see a lot of people like picking like a 30-point blowout. 2 scores was probably about the max. So, I mean, upset, of course it is. Shocking, probably not. But at the same time, it almost did feel shocking because everything was supposed to be lined up.
Do we get shocked anymore? Can we be shocked?
Of course.
I mean, if you really, I don't know. I mean, it would take a lot more than that at this point to be shocking. I mean, I think when I picked games on your show recently, and I went through this portion of the schedule after Colorado getting into Big Ten season, and I'm not the only one who said this. I think a lot of people did. I think a lot of people looked at Illinois, Purdue, Rutgers, and in Indiana and said, there's going to be a surprise loss in there. And, there may be more now, but I think we all expected the fact that it was the first one. Does that make it more surprising, or it's against Illinois as opposed to, I guess, Rutgers? Does that make it more? No, not really.
It's just the way that they played. That's the thing,
right,
in my opinion, that's the shocking element. Not so much the loss,
but they got how pushed around on the lines of scrimmage was surprising.
Yeah, I was. My biggest surprise was how the defense played by far. Like that, yeah. I'm still shocked about how much. Of course, you talk about everything out of game after a game, and we all make a lot of content with time to fill. I am really surprised how much of it has been about the offense instead of the defense over the course of this thing. But there were a few of those things. Like, I mean, I think I came on here with you guys last week, and I said I saw just a few things in the Northern Iowa game where Northern Iowa's receivers seemed to have space, right? Where they seemed to get chunk runs that I was a little bit concerned about. Nebraska's running game didn't seem to be, and they didn't have a ton of chances, but those all were actual foreshadowing the exact issues that were problems in the Illinois game. So while I am surprised now, if we went straight from Colorado to Illinois, I would have been absolutely shocked, especially by those things in the defense's performance. I think there were some hints in that Northern Iowa game that some of the stuff would become a problem against a team like Illinois.
I got an email, and then I noticed it was a brief discussion had elsewhere over the weekend, and it had to go with the decision to take the ball second in overtime. Jameson
one of those too. I got a text in my show this morning. It's funny. I got the same text this morning.
Jameson said, could we talk overtime strategy? I understand the theory of going on defense because it allows you to know what you have to do. But when your defense has clearly been the problem, as it was tonight, he wrote this on Friday, I don't understand why you wouldn't put your offense out there first at home and put some pressure on Illinois. Getting stops was not going to happen tonight. In the moment, I think we may have briefly addressed it on our show.
I think we hit on it a touch. Because the thought process is always take the ball second so you know what you need to do.
Yeah, it's like being the home team in baseball. There's an advantage to being the home team in baseball. You bat last, so you know exactly what it is that you have to do in order to win the game. And I guess there's a part of me that if you're looking at it from a game flow perspective and how things were going, maybe you could look at it that way. But it's not like the offense was clicking at the end of the game either, right?
No.
I mean, really the whole fourth quarter, both offense and defense, save for the strip sack fumble, were struggling.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there was necessarily a right or wrong call outside of conventional football, college football overtime wisdom that says you take the ball second that would have precipitated changing that strategy, because I didn't think either side of the ball was playing particularly well at that point.
I agree. I mean, and the defense had still adjust technically. I mean, keep in mind what had just happened prior to making that decision is the defense got to stop and made him punt.
True.
So, I mean, I would have a hard time. I wouldn't have made that decision. I would have made the decision they made just to be, just in case, who knows, they have a goofy play and you end up needing only 3 to win it instead of 7. That's really beneficial to know in certain situations. And that's the only real lens I thought that I would have in that situation. So I didn't have that was one of the things I didn't have a problem with. But again, like I just can't believe we're discussing stuff like that. Like it's just like it's so clear all of the other issues that were there that were just like big and glaring and surprising and in our face. But I'll tell you what, man, the amount that I have discussed whether Nebraska should have thrown on 3rd and 3 in the fourth quarter is just amazing compared to how much we haven't talked about the defensive line really not getting the kind of pressure that they had, the rest of this early season on Altmaier the entire game. Made his day look easy. They made him look like Tom Brady in that game.
Yeah.
So Jack, floor is yours then. What happened? What is how big of a concern is that for the rest of the season, given, you hit on it a few minutes ago, Northern Iowa, that now that is like this great precursor, because I was someone in that game saying, not that big of a deal, whereas obviously it was signaling something to come and certainly something that Illinois thought that they could do. So why, I guess, let me ask it this way. Why in the world were we so wrong on them? How are we so wrong on a unit that we were all like, yep, this is going to be the reason why they're able to win 8 or 9 games?
Number one, I'm not totally sure I'm not sure this might not be a little bit of an outlier, in terms of the rest of the season. I think performances change. And obviously part of it, Josh, is the offensive lines they went against in the first 2 games were among the worst in college football. I think we can say that now, right? Without being too over exaggerating. And I think Northern Iowa's was better than those 2. So I think that's one part of it. And there's a part of it, Josh, I don't have an answer for. I don't understand. There were a few times where Altmaier was just a little bit slippery too, in a way where it looked like they had him and he was just a little bit slippery. And so they lost the typical kind of havoc plays that we had seen. But I thought, Josh, after that Colorado game, I thought that those 3 guys on the defensive line and others, but especially those 3 guys, I thought Butler and Hutmaker and Robinson were going to be absolute hell on any offensive line that wasn't just elite.
Yep.
And I was wrong about that. At least as
the defense didn't tackle either. It's just like
that too.
Rhule, I thought, hit on that in a very interesting way today, right? When he was saying that, right now it's the first guy is getting there and they're trying to strip the ball. Whereas last year it was the second guy who would show up and that's when they would try to strip the ball. And I found that to be a very interesting thing from him.
I wonder if maybe there was such an emphasis on getting turnovers they've
overcorrected,
that they've overcorrected to a degree, that maybe it's the idea of, hey man, coach has been honest. We got to get some turnovers. And so maybe that's where that mindset is coming from. Because when I heard him say that in the post game, I was like, interesting. Cause that's usually what you want guys to do. You want guys to go for the ball. And I get, first you got to make the tackle before you do any of that. But I do wonder if this whole off season, which is about turnovers, that maybe there's been a bit of an overcorrection.
Guys, I'm getting a text message from an unnamed member of the media who is calling me out. Who says, rushing 4 versus 5 is a disadvantage for the D, right? Are you saying they should have blitzed more? Or they should have been able to get to the quarterback with just 4. I think what I was saying is I saw them get to the quarterback so many times with just 4 and blitzing, but those individual guys I was so impressed by in those first 2 games and the way that they were able to generate pressure on their own that I had high expectations for them that were probably too high. Does that make sense? Or am I I just want to make sure I was being clear. It sounds like not everybody thought I was.
No, I understood you completely, because famously Nebraska did not blitz. Right? The first
remember
3
there
games,
was all the PFF stats that came out.
They did not blitz.
Yeah, my point was I saw I think I said it on one of these things. I said, geez, if they can do that, if they can keep doing some semblance of what they did without blitzing and putting pressure on, that's it. Holy cow, these guys are going to cause some real problems for offensive lines. Maybe they should have blitzed more. It wasn't a comment on scheme.
How about this, though, Jack? So Mitch Sherman, who will join us in a few minutes, he had this in his column today. Huskers blitzed more against Illinois, 37.1%, than in any of their first 3 games. But the havoc rate, which is something we've been keeping track of all year, season low 9.1%. So they were blitzing more than they had done before, 40% of the time, essentially, and they were not getting home. They were not causing problems.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. I expected they had done such a good job this year making life freaking miserable for offenses with the pressure that they would put, the causing havoc, like you had talked about, John, and just to not see that. And maybe they should have been more aggressive. Again, that was not a critique of scheme by me necessarily. But I was, I would have been surprised if you had told me, going into that game that Robinson wouldn't have had a bigger game than he did, right? And or Hutmaker or any of them. And again, credit to Altmaier. He was slippery a few times, got out, and I know Rhule talked about it today. There were a couple of times when he stepped up in the pocket. He didn't like exactly, how the defense pursued him, that kind of thing as well. But then there's more to it too. Like, guys, how many times did he throw? Did he not only have enough time, and then he had a choice of a receiver where it was a completely low pressure throw because they were so open, right?
I thought they schemed it beautifully. And I'd like to go back and count the number of times. It seemed like whenever they would roll him out, they just roll him out. And sometimes they just hit the tight end in the flat, or sometimes he'd have a play, a little bit further down the field. But it seemed like every time they rolled the pocket, it was a money play. It was a positive play. And I think that kept Nebraska off balance a lot too.
Yeah, it's like, man, Altmaier up with about the same numbers as Raiola did, or roughly similar, kind of a similar performance. But man, it looked like Dylan getting those same things was 10 times harder,
Yes. Yep.
Nebraska's receivers had to make a lot tougher
between the pressure and the coverage. Between the pressure and the coverage, getting to whatever that QBR number that was about the same was way more difficult for Raiola. And again, that surprised me with what I had seen and not only what I'd seen from this Nebraska defense in the first 3 games, 2-3 games, but also last year, right? Yeah. Because it's, functionally in a lot of ways, a very similar defense to last year. Not wildly different in terms of personnel either.
Jack, so I'm with you, man, about like this game being on the defense and focusing on that. I did want to ask you an offensive question because I found this very interesting. I tweeted right before the half about, hey, we've all wondered how they would respond to adversity and what would happen if the game was interesting in the second half. We're about to find out. And I got a response from one of our friends of the Grum named Ziggy, and he's a USC fan. So he looks at this more from an outsider's point of view, but he said, my concern is they have 2 offenses regardless of game situation. The offense that runs to set up the pass, and it looks like Iowa West. The offense that passes to set up the run and looks dynamic. It's a passing roster with running coaches. That might be a problem someday. Now, remember, this was at the half, so this was before the second half unfolded and the debate came about the 3rd and 3. Looks like you're looking at that with a scrunched face, so I don't think you entirely are
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'd never thought of it that way.
Yeah, I hadn't either. I thought that's an interesting point because
I'm not sure what I think.
Because I know that there was a lot of frustration, and I guess we could use this as a backdoor into the 3rd and 3. There was a lot of frustration, and I feel like it is very much revisionist history / it's just totally about results versus the play. The play was designed to get somebody open. Somebody was wide open. The failure was not the play call. Yes. The failure was not the play call. The failure was not the execution of the skill players in terms of non-Raiola guys. The offensive line could have done a better job, and obviously the throw could have been better. I'm stunned that is like the takeaway, though. It was a great play. It would have worked. It worked wonderfully, except for the part where they executed.
The Illinois, they set that thing up. They brought it. The personnel was in there, so they look like the big personnel, which Nebraska's brought in all year, right? They bring in the fullback. They bring in Liebentritt. He's a lead blocker on that play. They probably run that play at the goal line, how many times this year, and they made it look exactly like that. And we're gonna make somebody think we're running that play one of these times. And so the reason that personnel is in is because you want the defense to think you're running that play, right? That you're running the ball, and that's it. And they did. Though there were 2. I've watched that play over and over again. There are 2 Illinois defenders who just got bamboozled by the play action on that, which is why Lindemeyer Borkacher was open too, a little bit closer to Raiola, and he. The pressure, he threw it off his back foot more than he needed to for some reason. There was some pressure, but I feel like he still could have stepped into it a bit. And I don't know if that, I assume maybe that changes how that pass goes. But again, when you, isn't that what you want your offensive coordinator to do, is to get the defense on their heels?
Like you said,
when you have when on their heels, and to set them up for something they're not expecting, right? I would have liked more of that throughout the game, to be honest.
That's a play that works a high percentage of the time. It's not that dissimilar from, the tackle eligible that Illinois scored on. Those plays tend to work a lot because you're not expecting it.
Yeah.
And I heard someone, it was actually on your station, Jack, the post-game call-in show after our post-game call-in show, some caller just rambling on and on about, well, they had the wrong people on the field because you had a blocking tight end out there. And that's exactly why you run it.
Yeah.
Because they're expecting heavy set. That dude doesn't catch. He's not even on the scouting report. I don't have to worry about him. Breaks into the clear. Boop. Over.
Yeah.
If you execute it, it's a brilliant play call.
You know what
there's nothing wrong with the play call.
It's the passing version of giving it to Corey Schlesinger. Is
Yes.
what it is.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere with
the
the defense is looking for something else, and you put, well, Corey Schlesinger isn't the fastest running back on the team. Why would you give it to him? Because they don't expect you to. That's
Exactly.
why.
No, I thought it was it's unfortunate that it didn't work.
But
That's
you know
all.
what, guys? I mean, let's cut to the chase on this, shall we? I mean, let's cut to the chase on this. There are people who are going to, and this happens with football all the time. We talked about this with head coaches before. There are a lot of people out there who have decided, they've made a decision that there's a coach that they would like to see a change made regarding. And
I have complimented this play. Don't you put the
and they will interpret every failure of the team through that lens sometimes.
No.
I mean,
How many times have I complimented this play? It was a great play call. It was a great execution. The quarterback just messed it up a little bit. You cannot put this on me. You cannot. If you don't understand why that play should have worked, then you don't know ball.
Listen,
don't go to post game shows with stupid opinions like that.
Just to prove that I'm not just kissing the ring of every decision that was made. Even though it worked, I lost my mind on that trick play that they tried to run with Heinrich Harburg a few plays prior in that same drive, and said, you got away with it, but never, ever, ever do that
last
again.
2 games, Heinrich Harburg has been on the field for 3 or 4 offensive plays, and they've all gained goods amount of yards, and people stop it, stop doing this, even though he keeps being successful.
I don't mind if he's on the field. It wasn't that it wasn't about him, Josh. It was about 3 backwards passes when your drive is going. I don't care who's throwing them at that point. He said today it was the same play they scored on Minnesota with. People forget Jeff Sims threw a touchdown on that play.
What? His only touchdown pass is a Husker.
Yeah, the difference on that one, you remember that one, on that play, Bullock didn't have anyone within, I don't know, a half a mile of him on that play. And obviously the deep route was covered on that one. So,
Nick.
Oh, yeah, it's time.
Fire up the music.
Oh, no. Oh, here comes the regret. Oh.
It's time to review Jack's Twitter.
I like how Orlando Magic Hat Jack is kicking other Jack.
Husker Power funny. Jack.
Husker Power
Jack.
Weird hat
Very
Jack.
Appropriate.
All right.
Here we go. First half, it was just a really interesting game.
Yeah.
There were a lot of exciting plays involved in said game.
Oh yeah.
Little complaining about the officials, garbage officiating, holding, garbage penalties.
I'd be stunned if there wasn't, to be honest.
Jack was also done with the announce crew.
Friend of the Grum?
Well, not so much Brando, but Gardner.
Not friend of the Grum?
You said you miss Colt.
Wow.
That might have been
Jack.
That might be a reaction in retrospect.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, that was the next page.
Oh yeah, I was going to say
I moved some things around from the original. That was the page I was actually.
Got to be your bowl.
Yeah, it's got to be your bowl. Bad calls matter, of course. The
nice.
The offensive pass interference that probably should have been called.
Yep.
I liked the one about the face mask. Sorry, we have a gold card that gives us.
Yeah.
What is that?
A lifetime pass.
So that was the one where Nebraska got away with the face mask, and I posted the Crouch and Travis Oaks famous picture right now. And I was imagining how if you're the CEO of McDonald's or Starbucks, you get a gold card and you can go to any store and get free everything. That's what I was kind of imagining. That Nebraska gets that for.
I am the CEO of McDonald's. Could I have a McChicken, please?
Do you suppose those jerks down in Manhattan still run that play in their hype videos?
Absolutely, they do. Losers. Absolute losers.
Yeah. Glad that BYU took them out.
In the 2010 game, when I was there, they were like, "Hey, look at this illegal play we did. Let's all cheer, idiots."
Good.
But Jack even tweeted from his ivory tower at halftime, Illinois better than I gave him credit for.
Yep.
Nebraska's ahead.
Yep.
I'm excited for this second half. This is some entertainment.
You idiot.
I was surprised by that.
Man, but these are some wildly pretty reasonable takes for me here.
Jack
I would
Mitchell,
say.
wildly reasonable.
Wildly reasonable.
Put
So
that
far,
in your bio.
I don't have deep regret for anything I said yet. Let's see how it ended.
Well, here it comes. Like clockwork late in the game, it all falls apart. They can't be thinking like this, but I don't know how they wouldn't be right now.
Because I am.
Yep.
The postscript of that tweet.
That's true. I stand by that.
A string of tweets all within just minutes of each other. It never ends. The moment you prepare for months and nothing changes. Unreal. It's written in the stars. And this is the moment you literally talked about the entire offseason. A different outcome when the pressure is on. Come on.
That was urging them on before it had ended, by the way. That was exhorting them, not critiquing them.
It never ends.
And then, of course, finally.
I like when you took the screenshot of this. You don't even know what's happening there. It just looks like a sunset.
That's a foot squarely in someone's junk.
Oh, wait, never mind. There is a foot in there.
Yeah,
okay,
there's a
my
foot in
bad.
there.
I apologize.
Yeah, that's the famous gif of, I don't know what it came from, but a guy
You
dressed up
use
like
it all the
Superman.
time.
Yeah.
You can talk about it at every meeting. You can brand around finally meeting the moment. You can find guys who seem unflappable. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. And every single time it happens, the unbelievably deep hole gets deeper and harder to get out of next time.
That's well written. This is a weird segment. I'm liking myself more instead of less now that I'm reading these.
And once again, I sign off for the night in our shared vernacular in hopes that, if nothing else, we are bonded together by the mutual experience of somehow shocking but simultaneously unsurprising, consistent, copied and pasted heartbreak. Groin kick gif.
Wow, that was perfect timing.
Honestly, I am, great. I'm kind of patting myself.
What black hole have I fallen into?
That was sort of freaking poetic by me
Oscar
there by the end of the
football.
night. That's better than you. I usually get done with these things and I'm like, oh God, what did I say? What did I do? But
I thought you did a pretty solid job.
I thought I did a good job framing the moment, to be honest.
Yeah, and you weren't the only one to have some kind of reference to chasing three.
Yeah, I know. That was the frequently used joke. Was I realized that
The
afterwards.
damn irony is incredible.
Oh, it so is. But it isn't like to the point of my tweet. Every time, the entire, it felt like that was the theme of the entire fall camp, right? Of the spring, of everything. Like one of those on one of those documentaries, they literally showed those losses, the field goals that Minnesota and Maryland made and Iowa made in those games, and like this is the moment we are ready. We are ready for. It's not going to happen again. We're going to be ready. And you get to it, and it looked the exact same, and it felt the exact same. Like, and again, Matt Rhule said this today. He's asking, how do you get over this? He said, the only way you get over is to win. But as soon as you can, the oblique moment that I've talked about, whether it was the pass to Lindemeyer that wasn't completed or the missed field goal, that was it, right? And I think most people probably felt like Illinois was going to go down and get a field goal, right? That's probably. But
I thought the game they would lose in regulation after
I
did
too.
Sure.
Illinois would probably go down and make just a perfect, straight as a pin field goal, perfectly splitting the uprights like every other kicker
Brandon Aubrey,
against Nebraska. And instead it went to overtime, but that then went.
Yeah, they just delayed the inevitable.
It's like it feels inevitable. It still does. Guys, they have to have a game where they get over that somehow. And I don't know how they do, right? Because the thought was, well, Rhyola's going to be there. And he's new, and his poise is his calling card. That's his special power, right? You get the extra Madden superpowers, right? He's his poise under pressure in that moment. And even he
had the two fumbles, and then he had the mispass.
Yep.
The mispass, and then probably holding it too long, to be honest, on 2nd and 28 or whatever in overtime, to be honest.
In fact, we haven't mentioned that Nebraska ran an overtime play from their own side of the field.
Like it's crazy.
30,
like
40, whatever.
This time I actually saw the tweets about not scoring in overtime and Stumanji's spreadsheets before overtime started, and I was like, good, maybe that's like a reverse jinx in this situation, but turns out nope.
It was just a precursor. It was
the new overtime, same as the old overtime.
It was like reading the scroll at the beginning of every Star Wars movie. That's all it was.
Yes, it was.
That's all it is.
Well, that would be a good bit to make it to the music, and it's just all of the drives.
All the drives.
All of the drives. Hey, somebody make it right now, and let's just have it ready to go for the next time they're in an overtime.
Yeah.
Be perfect.
3 plays, 30. I think the Miami game that started was like 1 play, whatever. It was an
one play interception.
1 play, 0 yards interception. 3 plays, -2 yards.
Illinois.
And then the draw,
Illinois.
4 plays, -20 yards or whatever it was. Bum, bum, bum,
So
bum.
at the beginning, so you know how the Star Wars shows up on the screen, it should just say overtime.
That'd be good. That'd be very
Just
good.
run the scroll.
That'd be very good.
Do you know what?
Help us make this.
Yes, please.
I was watching with my wife during the game, and she was asking about the college football rules, and I had to for overtime, and I was like, oh yeah, she's a newcomer, needs to know the college football rules. And then I realized I'm not totally sure what they are, much like the case of the NFL rules last year during the Super Bowl.
If it would have made the second overtime, they would have had to go for 2, and if it would have gotten to the third, then it would have just been a 2-point conversion contest.
So the second one,
2-point conversion
after the 2 rounds.
Yeah, 2 rounds of overtime. In the second overtime, the teams have to go for 2.
This is the problem with your sports when your fans don't know the rules. You're Googling the rule book before games now.
Bingo.
Remember when we used to like joke about how when overtime first started, Bishop, in like the mid 90s, and for about 8 years before every overtime rule, they posted all of the rules up there, and it sort of got like, okay, we know.
Yeah,
like, we can do that again.
But now it's like, wait a second, what happens?
But then LSU and Texas A&M had to happen, and everyone panics like, oh my God, everyone's going to get CTE if they play this so long.
Yep,
right.
Exactly.
And that's like me, but I don't bother to learn rules a lot. Like I still don't really know.
Jack was triggered about the Super Bowl overtime because he didn't know the rules.
I didn't know the rules. I don't bother. That's on me. I don't bother to read instructions. I'm kind of that guy. I'm always
You're
moving.
not our Mike Tirico.
What I was hoping for, because people would have lost their mind if the Chiefs had not scored but we're still driving, and it would have gone to the second overtime if people would have said, nope, clock's expired.
I know.
That's what I was waiting for.
They wouldn't have known because they don't.
I was hoping that would happen.
I wonder if I'll ever bother to learn the kickoff rule in the NFL, because I still can't really explain it to you. I don't read instructions. It's the same thing. When I would start tests when I was in school.
It doesn't matter. 99% of them are still touchbacks anyway.
See, now you consider starting field position.
We'll check back in February, and we'll see if I've bothered to learn the kickoff rule by that point or not.
I have a guess.
Probably not.
Yeah.
All right. Well, next week it's Sleepy Purdue.
On Peacock.
Oh, that's right. Jack's favorite network.
Listen, I got another few weeks left of Peacock from the year that I bought for the Maryland game last year, and then got to enjoy the Gold Zone during the Olympics speaking of Mike Tirico, right?
There you go.
And watched a couple episodes of Ted once. Haven't really gone back to that. So I'm okay still for Peacock for probably a few more weeks. We can't have a game after when the Maryland game was last year, because that will be my year.
Okay.
So
perfect.
But that was like the third to last game last year, right?
Yeah, it was late. It was right before the Wisconsin game.
It was early November.
It was
second. And then Rutgers at 3:00.
Yeah, on FS1.
That's a weird time.
Apper and me, post-game show. Post-game showing it up.
That game's going to end up, and I have no idea what time it is. It's just going to be bizarre. I mean,
look at your clock.
Yeah,
I know.
It's only a half hour later than 2:30.
I don't know. Yeah, I know those
3:00 so confusing.
2:30 is too. Haven't you ever ended a 2:30 game and it's super disorienting, and you just like you can't tell what time you're like? You could have like a.
I just know. Hey, check out my watch.
I just know that it's dinner time. Oh yeah, 2:30 games. It's dinner time.
I get
you
confused.
are an interesting human being.
Yes, you are.
I guess I'll take that.
Have you ever looked at the clock when it says 6:30 and you're confused? No, not really.
No.
I don't know. It's a weird feeling. It doesn't feel like it should be night yet, but also, it's always later than I think, I guess.
Okay. Interesting.
All right. Well, we'll reconvene next week and hopefully start a new winning streak.
There we go.
Yeah, that's the spirit, John.
Happening.
That's right.
Screw you, Purdue.
Yeah,
there
screw you, Purdue.
Yeah.
And now we can say that. Greg and Lincoln doesn't listen to us
doesn't even listen anymore.
Yeah, we're getting you back for 2015 for Riker Fike and DPE and your crappy field and all of that. That's right.
You exploded his knee, you jerks.
That's right.
Stupid sprinkler heads.
All right. Also, I hate that you are Eastern time zone. I hate going to Indiana. It sucks.
Yeah.
You're in Illinois and it's Central Time, and then suddenly it's Eastern.
Yeah,
Garbage.
you're not even the best team in Indiana. The Hoosiers are.
There we go. Bye, Jack.
We'll see you. And we'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone. Oh, Nick, I was ready.
We're all doing a great job.
We're all doing a fine job on this fine Monday. Welcome back to the Grum. We haven't mentioned it yet, but there's another Raiola.
Raiola.
This is getting out of hand, and now there are two of them.
Now there are two of them.
There is another.
Yes, Dayton made it official yesterday. The younger brother, who some people believe is actually better than the older brother.
Wait, who says that?
I don't know.
Imagine, I was going to say, there's nobody who says that. He's left-handed.
Imagine having a son, a big, beautiful son, and you're like, I want to name him after a town in Ohio.
Nick, that's mean. You are a mean person.
His name is the same name as a town in Ohio.
You're named after a children's television channel. You ever think about that? Nickelodeon Grimm.
I was actually named after a character in a movie that my dad liked.
Yeah,
Nickelodeon Grimm.
That's his full name, Nickelodeon.
The character had a Mustang Mach 1, which
Nobody
is my dad's
believes
favorite
you, Nick.
car.
Don't believe you.
So he's like, I'm going to name my son Nick.
Nope, you're Nickelodeon.
Could I ask, though, that...
What are you going to say?
Well, for those of you watching in on the stream at zonetv.live,
yeah.
Did the folks at On3 not have
very mean
a better picture of Dayton? I realize
sleepy boy.
They probably just took this as he was coming off a practice field at one of those clinics.
He was very tired
or whatnot, and he's just like, I'm not very interested in taking your photograph.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, come on.
We don't have a picture of him smiling.
Yeah.
How about an action shot? How about an action shot of him throwing a ball?
There's some people that just like not smiling in their pictures. You know, they just want to look all tough.
Yeah, he doesn't look tough. He looks sleepy.
Don't say I'm named after that town in Ohio.
He looks sleepy. Charles says Nickolobe Grimm.
That would be awesome. I wish my full name was Nickolobe.
Dave Fight says he's got that Tom Osborne squint.
He does. He must. You gotta stage the photo so he's not looking directly into the sun.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, just turn it around. You look into the sun as the photographer.
Yeah, but
about that they got to commit.
Yes, they do.
Everything's perfect now with the quarterback room.
Yeah, they're actually set for a while.
Everyone says they have no depth. What are you going to say now? You got that one guy who said he was committed, but not really. And then he was like, no, I am committed for 25. And now you got him as well. Oh, cool. Here comes some sad stats.
Yeah, sad stats.
We're going to talk. Can we talk more about Eckel today?
No,
that's a Wednesday.
We'll get to Eckel later. But the havoc rate, as you pointed out earlier, lowest of the season.
Bad.
Second lowest under Tony White. They only had 2 quarterback hurries. One of my keys on Friday was, hey, they had the most quarterback hurries in this game last year against the same quarterback, a lot of the same guys on the offensive line.
Yeah.
But they had very little quarterback hurries, only 2 quarterback hurries the entire game, and only a 7.6% havoc rate.
Gross. Absolutely gross.
We'll round it up, 5.8 yards per play allowed, highest of the season.
And the only game that this is now behind in the Tony White era is Michigan, right?
Michigan.
Oh, yuck.
Is Michigan.
Yuck.
The run defense. First quarter only allowed 5 yards rushing. Now
only 2 carries,
only
right?
had 2 carries. Second quarter had 11 carries for only 32 yards. That's pretty good. Third quarter, 10 carries, 29 yards.
So you're doing fine, man. All that's fine. It's sub 3 yards a carry.
In the fourth quarter and overtime, and it was basically 3 plays. 3 plays. There were 2 wrong runs in the fourth quarter, and of course, the run in overtime. Oh. But in the fourth quarter and overtime, Illinois, 16 rushes for 100 yards. And it was really three plays. Jay Foreman did a breakdown on Rivals, Nebraska.
Inside Nebraska.
Inside Nebraska. And they looked at those 3 plays, and you could see, exactly, what went wrong with that. And then they allowed 4.3 yards per carry. Nebraska has only allowed 4 or more yards per carry under Tony White 3 times. They've lost all 3 games.
A couple comments. Jordan says on the broadcast they said Nebraska had 6 hurries. Who do we use for our when we're looking at these numbers?
I'm looking at the stat sheet.
Interesting. So Fox, classic Fox, wrong information. Alternative facts, Fox.
On the official stat sheet that we get at the end of the game from the university,
they had 2.
2 quarterback hurries. Sierra Wright was credited with a hurry, and Jamari Butler was credited with a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, TV has their own statisticians, and they probably keep track of their own thing, so they have obviously a different definition of a hurry.
Sure.
Or a different, it's a judgmental thing.
Hurries, obviously. Yes, hurries are very it's kind of a when you see it, but
right.
Your definition.
Yeah, I'm always going off the official stat sheet because that's the one constant. I can't go off of what television
Star Wars
says.
Fiend says perhaps we overvalued the defense this year. I know that we have more numbers to come, but that is certainly the topic that we need to. I mean, we will continue to explore in the many, many weeks to come because if we overvalued them, it changes a lot about the rest of the year.
It's time to not start running. The fewest yards per carry since the 2018 Troy game. Wow. Nebraska had 1.4. Now, granted, a lot of that got knocked away because of the big sacks they took in overtime. But when you factor all of that in, just 1.4 yards per carry. Troy in 2018, 1.3 yards
lost that game
per carry. Now, when you take the sacks out of it, even the sack-adjusted run yards,
still not good.
3.3 yards a carry. If you would have told me, that's what they're going to run for in sack-adjusted yards, first I would say, oh, we're adjusting for sacks? That's not good. And now this?
Yeah, bad. Horrible.
Nebraska did throw a couple of more times than they ran. And when they have run more than they have passed, Rhule is 7-6. When they have passed more than they have run, which has only been 3 times.
Yeah.
They're 1-2. And since 2004, when the run attempts are greater than the pass attempts, Nebraska has won 2/3 of their games. They're 120-60. But when they pass more than they run, they've won only 17 games and lost 47.
Interesting.
This was another one of those rare losses where Nebraska won the turnover margin.
Yeah.
They were +1 in the margin and lost. It's just the 9th time since 2008 that Nebraska has been +1 or greater in turnover margin and lost. They're now 53-9. The last time it happened was Georgia Southern.
Yeah, bad.
And you would think 24 points would be enough. That's the most points scored at Nebraska under Matt Rhule in a loss. The previous high was 17.
Wow. Yeah. What was the stat? If they had 24 points in every game last year, they would have had 3 losses.
They would have won 9 games.
Would have won 9 games. Wow. Going back, so you had that running stat there, which is perfect because I can read this text from Norm. The idea that we have running coaches, and this is going back to the tweet that I got over the weekend, that we have running coaches seems wildly incorrect to me. I feel our coaches are pretty balanced, but if I had to lean one way, our offensive coaches lean pass more than run. The stats say that Norm is incorrect on this assertion. I definitely think that it is more of a running organization than a passing organization. Last year, and I know it turned into a weird year because of who the quarterback was. They had a 60-some-odd% run pass ratio. Was it 63?
Mm-hmm.
63% run. That is, if they were a passing outfit, that number would have been closer to 50-50. But it was not. I think this is absolutely a running program. They want to be a running program. The problem is, I don't think that they can be a running program right now for multiple reasons.
Well, I think they want to be a running program when Matt Rhule has made it pretty clear. We want to get the lead, and then we want to suffocate you by running the ball.
Yeah.
But to get to that point, I don't think that
John, this was the first time all year that they had more passes than runs, and it's not like Dylan Raiola. This was his first start. I think they want to run the ball.
Well, of course they do,
and I think they want to run the ball more than they want to pass the ball.
In a perfect world, sure, because usually when you're running the ball, it means you're winning. Especially if you're doing it well. The problem is Nebraska couldn't do it well, and this was my biggest concern. Will Nebraska be able to run when they want to run the ball? And usually you want to run the ball when you either have a lead or when you have a lead or it's in the second half and you're trying to exert your will.
That short, what was it, third and inches, or was it 4th and inches when Dowdell dove into the line?
Yeah.
And when that happened, and I mean, again, he had to leave the air and he still barely got it.
Right.
Oof. You just wonder if that's a sign of bad things to come with the run game throughout the rest of the year. No Emmett Johnson. We talked about this plenty on Saturday night. Yeah. No Emmett Johnson, no carries. I know Rhule mentioned him a little bit today in the press conference. That was certainly a surprise. He's averaging a lot of yards per carry. I know that the sample size is ever so small, but he is averaging a lot of yards per carry.
Our friend Jed and the guys over at Big Red Junkies did some first and second half splits.
Okay.
And this is in the first 4 games of the
Okay,
season.
so it's all the games, yeah.
On third down conversions, this is all offense. Third down conversions in the first half, Nebraska's converting 65% of their third downs. But in the second half, it's only 32%. First downs earned, 53 in the first half, 29 in the second. Yards per carry rushing, first half, averaging 5.1. Second half, 3 flat. And yards per play, averaging 7 yards per play in the first half, under 5 in the second.
Yeah.
That's been the trend so far.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a little bit of everything. You have, obviously, the first game where you totally outmatched your opponent. You had the second game where it was a high motivation, highly emotional type game where you were trying to, press your foot down on their neck. You had a game against an FCS opponent who, is a disciplined FCS opponent. And then, of course, you had your first conference game. So there's been a little bit of difference in everything, but the trend has been there. They've been a better first half team than they have been a second half team. And it does beg the question, going back to your point about being having running coaches, et cetera. Is Nebraska going to maybe have to take a page out of what Illinois did? Illinois used their pass to set up their run, in my opinion, which is why they got better at it later in the game. They were able to do some things a little differently. I wonder if this team will have to do the same.
Well, in theory, they should have had success running the ball because their passing game was on point throughout the night.
Yeah, but you almost wonder if now it needs to actually, I don't know. I don't know.
Because they passed the ball well. I think that they're a solid passing team. I certainly think we saw the emergence of the 2 transfers that we talked about a lot throughout the offseason. Tight ends, still really not a whole lot of involvement with them. And, watching from above, seeing what Dylan can do, spinning the ball, he's a great passer. But so they did all of those things, but they had, one of the issues. They just had short drives. It's wild. Go back and look at the first offensive drive of the game that Nebraska has that results in the field goal.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the last full offensive drive in regulation that ends in the missed field goal.
Mm-hmm.
Add up the time of possession in those 2 drives, and then look at the time of possession they had the rest of the game. That essentially was like half of their time of possession for the whole game was 2 drives. Otherwise, it was quick scores, which they had a few times, or 3 and outs, or 4 and outs, 5 and outs, whatever it was. They did not hold on to the ball for very, very long.
Something to stick a pin in we can talk about later, because, yes, Dylan made some great throws. The receivers, especially Nair and Banks, made some great catches.
Yeah.
But look at the number of contested plays in the secondary by Illinois and the number of contested plays in the secondary by Nebraska. Altmaier had some very low-stress throws. Wide open dude.
Again, it looked easier for him, less stressful throws.
And there were a lot of the throws to especially Banks and Nair that, to credit Dylan, he put the ball where he needed to. Credit the receivers, they were able to make the catch.
Yeah.
But they were much more contested.
Yeah, it has to take a lot out of you mentally, right? And physically to have to do that every time you're throwing it.
And listen, Illinois, good secondary. Those 2, especially those 2 guys in the back end, really good. But makes you wonder, as this season goes on and you see teams like Ohio State, Oregon, Iowa, that some of those other contested plays, if that throw is just a little bit off, it can turn into an interception.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something worth watching.
Definitely.
Mitch Sherman coming up on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joins us as he does every Monday. Well, Mitch, first time after a loss. I guess it's time to regroup.
I just want to say, before we talk about the loss, that I was listening on my ride home from Lincoln just a few minutes ago.
Oh, God.
To your interview with Jack.
Oh, yeah.
And I felt very seen by the comments that he had about the NFL kickoff. I do not know the rule in the NFL kickoff. I don't want to know I refuse to learn the rule. Like, there's this protest.
Wow.
I don't really feel that strongly. It sounds like I feel very strongly about it. It's more just a laziness. I don't want to learn the rule. Like, if you explain it to me, I'm not going to listen, because it's my little protest that maybe somehow they'll go back to regular kickoffs. It just doesn't interest me. It's like extra innings in baseball. I guess you just start with a guy on second base for some reason that I can't explain. Anyway,
the only thing I'm annoyed by is now, everyone, Tirico does it. A lot of people do. It's dynamic kickoff.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's just a kickoff.
They still kick it out of the end zone.
There's nothing dynamic about it. The ball's still getting blasted out of the back of the end zone. It's not that dynamic.
I'll watch Monday Night Football tonight, and when comes time to kick off, I'll just kind of like look at something else in the room, and then, I'm just not interested. It's like all of a sudden there's another sport being played, and then when they get back to the 1st and 10, I'll pay attention.
Yeah, they wanted us to be more interested in the kickoffs, and I find myself less interested in the kickoffs. I'll be honest.
It's like I have an attraction to the game of football, and that doesn't seem like football.
Yeah, good take. I'm out on it too.
So, following up with what Matt Rhule said today, and we'll have some of that audio a little bit later on in the show today. Mm-hmm. It seemed like there was a common thread throughout almost every answer that he had, and and that thread is that, hey, guys, we can't panic in these situations. We have to just keep being ourselves. We can't, get away from who we are just because the time and score situation might not to be to our advantage, or we might not be ahead by 30 points. He was really drilling that home today.
Yeah, and we maybe haven't heard him say it quite so adamantly and on repeat, but we've heard that for a long time about Nebraska football. Like, just be who you are, play the game. You're good enough. You're going to make the plays. Don't make too much of it. Don't play outside yourself. Don't panic. Everything's going to be okay. Just got to figure out how to win. This is all a process. It just continues. It's still going on. Things have changed in the program. Things have changed for the better. Talent has improved. Players aren't transferring out when they have success. They have stability. It's functional. And then they get into a fourth quarter of a game where they have to make plays to win, and it looks like it did 5 years ago.
Mitch, coming out of this game, I had two pretty strong negative reactions, and it was not to the offense, and it was not to the 3rd and 3. It was to the defense and to the special teams. What of those two? What is the bigger concern? Yeah. Is it the defense? Given I feel like there's layers to this question, because with the defense, it's how good we thought they could be / how good they needed to be for the team if they were going to have success, versus the special teams, where I don't think anyone was expecting them to be awesome, but they have somehow let me down, or I guess my expectations down. So what is the bigger concern moving forward, given that one part is on the field a whole lot more than the other part?
I'm probably more concerned and have more questions about Nebraska moving forward with the special teams than I do the defense, because I don't know that they have a great plan to fix it.
Yeah.
I think I trust that Tony White is going to get things worked out defensively. There are players there that will come around. They're going to be a good defensive team. They allowed 20 points in their first 3 games. They're not. The sky is not falling. It looked bad, and that was an off day. Not the whole game. There was a stretch of the game where I thought the defense played well. But the thing that was most concerning is that Illinois, on both sides of the ball, but it was probably most concerning with the Illinois offense against the Nebraska defense, that they could, it definitely was, that they could lean on Nebraska and just kind of break Nebraska's back and Nebraska's spirit on the defensive side. That's what it looked like when they started chunking run plays late in the second half, and obviously the one in overtime, and the missed assignments in the red zone on the goal line. There were multiple situations like that in the second half. That was alarming, but I think Nebraska will fix it. I think that Tony White's going to do what he needs to do. There's too many good people and good coaches on that side to make me believe that they're going to go through the season and play defense like that. Special teams, it's not that they play. I mean, there's good players who play on special teams too. I mean, the specialists, obviously there's questions about, but their coverage teams aren't getting it done in part because they're not kicking the ball where they want to kick it.
Right.
But I have more concern that they're not going to be able to figure that out. And they've lost probably conservatively 3 games under Matt Rhule that you can say just like a mediocre special teams performance in that game probably allows you to win. And I think that game on Friday is one of them. If you just don't make mistakes, you don't have to win the game on special teams, but just play like an average game on special teams. Don't give up the 37-yard punt return that set up a touchdown. Make a field goal under 40 yards at the end. That's arguably a 10-point swing right there. And that it never goes to overtime.
It's crazy to say because you hate it. Sounds so defeatist, but at this point, I think if you could just break even on special teams, forget about trying to dominate the game on special teams, which is what a lot of great Nebraska teams did back in the day. You could just draw, you could just be average, just play to a tie, right? Don't do anything big, but don't allow anything big. It almost feels like you've won.
That is kind of sad because Nebraska should have an advantage on special teams that even other schools in the Power Four don't have, because Nebraska has more depth. Nebraska has more players. They bring in players. I'm not talking about walk-ons who were 120 on the roster. I mean, they have more depth because of the way the roster is structured. And the place where you should see the biggest gains with that is on special teams, and it's not showing up.
Mitch, what's the offense's answer to, the running game was fairly predictable and it was just hard to get yards. Dylan Raiola had to be really, really good in terms of throwing those balls into traffic, layering on top of the defenders. And he was able to do so throughout much of the night, but asking him to do that every game is obviously not going to result, I think, in the offense putting its best foot forward. What's the answer for that side of the ball too, especially when you also consider all the injuries on the offensive line?
Yeah, I'm probably not like in panic mode about the offensive line injuries. I mean, the offensive line, our last memory of what happened with the offensive line is very dark because you saw the seconds of final drive of the fourth quarter and then the overtime. And that's where all the sacks came in. That's not, the offensive line didn't play like that the whole game. They did an adequate job up until that point of protecting Raiola. And Nebraska really didn't commit to the run game. They weren't getting great blocking for the run game, but they also weren't really running it much. Rhule said today that he would have liked to see Dante Dowdell carry it 25 times, and he didn't get close to that. So I think they need to diversify the attack. I mean, you don't need to go with 4, like Satterfield has said from the beginning. He doesn't want 4 running backs. So, okay, they basically had 1 on Friday, and he wasn't super effective. He wasn't hitting the hole the way that we saw like against Colorado. So get some Emmett Johnson in there. Like work Ramir. He's effective in a certain role. So I think they need to mix it up more with what they're doing in the run game. Yeah, and Rhule also said today that if they're winning games and they're effective on offense, that he doesn't care if they run the ball 0 time. And I think that's like, he doesn't really mean that. I think that's kind of hyperbole. Obviously, there are times in the Big Ten at a certain point of the season where you have to run the ball. Like you have to be able to play that kind of style. Not in part because of the tempo and the opponents that you're facing and what it does to your defense if you throw it all the time, but also because of the conditions and the weather and the wind and cold. So they need to run the ball. They want to run the ball. And of course, at this point, it's the opposite of last year. Like we're saying, what you have. Like they're only 4 games in. Like Dylan is going to throw it, and he has receivers. He's going to be able to make throws. So let's bring the balance back to it. And I think these next 2 opponents, if you're going to do it, this is who you want to play. Like even Rutgers, they're averaging 5. They're giving up 5.5 yards a carry, and Purdue has one of the worst rush defenses in the country. And so Nebraska doesn't run it with the QB. Maybe they do. Maybe they run it with the QB this weekend. And I'm not talking about Dylan. Like maybe you have a wildcat package for Heinrich Haarberg. If Purdue is so bad, and Riley Leonard, the Notre Dame quarterback, who's not much of a runner, he ran all over Purdue.
Mm-hmm.
If Purdue's so bad at defending the QB run, all right, so get Heinrich in there and let him run some wildcat.
Is the running back position settled yet?
It felt like it a week ago, and it's not like Dowdell had a bad game. Like he didn't go out and fumble again.
No,
but he didn't go over 100 yards. Like I settled. Like it's settled in that I think are comfortable with 2 or 3 guys, but I don't think it's ever going to be settled. Like it shouldn't ever be settled. Like there's one running back who is they don't have that running back on this team. They don't have an all Big Ten running back on this team. So it should always be finding the hot hand, what works against the scheme they're facing, what works with the game plan they're running. How much are they throwing it, and how does that factor? Who's the most healthy? Like I think it should always be kind of this year with their roster. Maybe another year it's different, but this year I think they should be trying to make it work with 3. And I say that in leaving out Gabe Ervin, but and we haven't seen much from him this year. But I wouldn't totally count him out either. It seems like maybe he's not fully back and he may never be after having a hip injury last year, which just seems like it would just be devastating for a running back. But maybe he can be a part of it too, and part of like a 2 or 3 man rotation. So I don't know that it's healthy for the running back position, considering who Nebraska's running backs are, if it's ever settled this year.
Mitch, how do you think the missed field goal at the end will impact Nebraska's play calling and decision-making moving forward? Or is that question hard to answer given that it wasn't their starting kicker in that moment?
Well, we don't know when the starting kicker's coming back. Like
Right.
they explained it today and said that they shut him down and they want him. He wasn't getting better, and it was flaring up middle of last week. He was in pain, so they shut him down. And I didn't come away from Matt Rhule's press conference today real confident that Tristan Alvano is going to be kicking this week. Like shut him down and then build him back up when he's good to go. Like they're almost back to square one. Like I get the feeling that this is like where they were at the start of camp when they didn't bring him in with the 120. And then slowly he came in, as they got closer to the opener, and if they're back there, he might not play till, it might be a few weeks. I don't know. Maybe it's not that significant and he'll get back out there in a week or 2. But you're going to have to base it off of practice, which is dangerous because these guys make field goals. You watch them in warmups, they'll make field goals, and I don't see them in practice, but I think they're making kicks in practice. Not always, I think they had some rough days in camp, which led Rhule to show that he was very concerned. He said he was really concerned about the kicking spot going into the season. So I don't know how great it was in August, but it's between the ears with the kickers.
Yes.
And it's about getting experience, and it's tough for these young kickers to get experience in the middle of a season and like have their moments like John Hull had on Friday, where you've got to make a kick in a tie game with 3 minutes left. That's hard in your first game. And just because he makes a 55-yarder in warmups, like, it doesn't mean a lot when you go out there and it's 4th and 3 from the 21 with 3 minutes left, and it's 24-24. Like, you got to get a good snap, and I think some of that is weighing on the kickers too, and that it's been inconsistent there. So there's a lot going on. I think it will definitely impact the way that they call the offense. I don't know that you'll see Nebraska in a close game attempt kicks much beyond 30 yards. It's just not a good spot to be in.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. I personally think this game is good timing, not the loss. I'm talking about looking ahead to Saturday, because typically it's a sleepy atmosphere.
Yep.
Purdue is not expected to be a huge challenge, but you've got a team that's probably a little angry right now. At least I hope they are. And maybe you'll get that real focused effort against an overmatched opponent, especially on the road.
Yeah, I think they'll be focused in the way they were focused against Illinois last year, coming off of that loss. I mean, this is a different kind of loss than what Nebraska experienced against Michigan, but that was a game where they were physically beaten up last year in a blowout, and this was the one where they were physically, I think, kind of embarrassed. That's from the players' perspective. I think they felt embarrassed by the way that Illinois controlled things physically in the second half. So you might see an effort like that. Effort's not the right word, but a focus like that against Purdue, where Nebraska puts things together pretty well. But and it's a good step. They can come home at 4-1, and that's not a bad place to be.
No, it's not. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, thanks, and enjoy the rest of the week.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mitch.
Mitch Sherman joining us on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline.
Along those lines, Adam texts into the show, 402-951-1620, 42 Degrees of Source hotline. I'd put this Saturday's game at Purdue in a must-win category. I don't think this fan base can handle another 5-7 season, lose Saturday, and that starts to become a reality with the remaining schedule.
Well,
uh-oh.
When you look
Is John going to guarantee a 5-7 season?
No, I wasn't going to guarantee anything, but when you look at the math, and our buddy K Ford.
Oh.
Yeah, Nebraska took a little nosedive this week. Remember last week, Nebraska was projected to have 7.8 wins. Now it's down to 6.7.
Yikes.
Of course, when you lose a game that you're favored to win in, that's really going to hurt. Last week at this time, we were talking about how the percentage of winning 8 wins or greater was over 50%.
Wow.
It was 30%, 8 wins, 21%, 9 wins. So just those two categories alone, 51%.
What is it now?
Well, now it is just between 8 and 9 wins, only 25%.
Sad.
32% is now the highest number on the 7 wins, and 28% chance of 6 wins. So it's literally, it just as the overall has come down, so too have the percentages. It's now a greater than 50% chance of 7 wins or less.
So Mike Farron, Steve Sipple, Jack Mitchell, the 7 and 5 boys are saying, see, I told you.
Perhaps.
See, I told you.
And looking at it changed some of the win probabilities, not a lot greatly. Now the Rutgers game is now down to 57% chance of a win.
Big game.
Instead of
big
66.
swing game, man.
That's a huge one.
Yeah, next week.
The Indiana game continues to plummet. 34% chance now of beating Indiana. So to put this into perspective, if the point spreads follow the same as K Ford's percentage chance of winning, this would put Indiana at about a 7 to 8 point favorite.
Wow.
If now Vegas has their own power rankings.
Sure.
They don't use K Ford, but I'm just saying that was about the chance that Illinois had of winning on Friday.
Yeah.
And Illinois, and remember, that line went up to 9.5 before kickoff.
Yeah.
So there was confidence coming in on Nebraska before kickoff. A lot of it public money, as we found out from our friend Todd Furman.
Yeah.
But yeah.
By the way,
that's where it's saying. And Iowa now is down
to 33% chance of a win from 46.
Speaking of potential point spreads, Bill Connolly's numbers have Indiana right now is a half point better than Nebraska, and then you build in 1.5 to 3 points because of home field. My guess is probably more on the 1.5 side of things, given it is Indiana. So you're probably looking at Indiana -2, according to Bill's numbers. So K4 numbers way in on the Hoosiers. Bill's numbers still need to see a little bit more. Indiana's at one spot up front in Nebraska right now. They're 30th and Nebraska's 31st.
But also a lot of Bill's numbers still have a lot of preseason baked into it.
Yes, they do. Yes,
His don't start to really right now. More than half of a team's resume on Bill Connolly's numbers are still based on the preseason.
And I think that's about to change. Finally.
And once we get to the end of this month, into October,
then it's about 2024.
Then it starts to swing more into the results of 2020.
The Golden Fang says 4-8. He says one more win.
They're not
going 4-8. Jacob says, I fear 6 wins will be extremely challenging now. The negative boys.
I mean, to the original.
Some of us did say 6-6.
To the original comment about this being
Nick.
a must-win game, absolutely.
Of course. Oh, yeah. That is inarguable.
This is the easiest game left on the schedule.
Seriously, if they lose this, then the Golden Fang might be right. Because if you can't beat Purdue, then you're not going to beat anybody.
This is not a. Now, the crazy thing is, this is a bad defensive team, but offensively, they could give Nebraska similar fits to Illinois.
Again, I asked the question to Mitch early, and I would love to explore it at some point, either today or this week. How does that defensive performance alter what you think about the rest of the year? Because I feel like a large part of this discussion, run game is struggling, special teams is porous, like all of these things, but like kind of expected that, right?
Yeah.
Like I expected special teams to be average. I expected the run game to not be something to write home about. I did not expect the defense. I didn't expect the defense to struggle at stopping the run. It's one thing. I looked at the back end is where I thought the issues were going to be, not at stopping the run, not at being unable to get pressure on quarterbacks. That's the thing that I didn't see. And that is where the problem lies.
K-Ford's projected Big Ten standings. Nebraska and Illinois basically flipped places.
Wow. Yeah.
Illinois went up 3 spots to the 8th most projected Big Ten wins, and Nebraska fell to 11th. But that's what's going to happen when you lose a game that you quote unquote should win.
Yeah.
By the way, it's still Ohio State number 1, Oregon just ahead of Penn State for number 2. The Penn State Illinois game is going to be interesting.
It's Saturday night, isn't that this weekend? Nice.
That's going to be interesting, and given I think the spread is north of 2 touchdowns in favor of Penn State.
Is that how big it is?
I think so. I thought I saw it was like 16 or 17.
I mean, I guess if Nebraska was a 17.5. Woo-wee.
That feels like a hammer Illinois. Not saying they're going to win, but
it does seem a little too obvious. Maybe that's
and
your
I'll
underdog pick on Friday.
Maybe it is. I mean, I'll admit the only Penn State I've seen was a little bit of the second half against Bowling Green when they scuffled.
Yeah, I watched some of the West Virginia game too in the opener, but that was rained out and stuff. So
yeah, it screwed everything up.
Yeah.
So, and Penn State, in my opinion, has not really been challenged
by
a good team.
No, they have not. They definitely.
So
have not.
that line feels very wonky to me.
Couple more comments. Wade says, agreed, Josh. The lack of push and pressure from the defensive line was by far the most surprising and concerning thing. Max says, as long as we beat Purdue and are 4-1 after 5, about what I expected. Yeah, you know what's funny is Mike Schaefer had them at 4-1. He had them losing to Purdue, but he had them in a spot where after this upcoming game, 4-1, and yet he was someone who was very bullish on them. He was 9-3, even with a loss at Purdue. What is that? Why am I saying that? It's to say, like, you're only as good as your last game, and if Nebraska gets a dominating victory, a lot of people will be excited next week.
And listen, as far as my expectations, I said it. I think it was it someone asked us after the Colorado game, "Hey, you gonna change your expectation now?" Yeah. No, I'm going to wait.
Mm-hmm.
Let's wait until the idle week.
Mm-hmm.
So you get past this game, you get past Rutgers, and you get past Indiana, then we'll talk.
Yeah.
But I wasn't good or bad. I wasn't going to review this.
The next 3 games will tell the story of the season.
Oh, absolutely. If you're going to get your first road test.
So you can go 3-0, you can get to a bowl already.
Yep.
Nice. You go 2-1 and set yourself up for an interesting back half, because at that point you'd be 5-2.
Mm-hmm.
You go 1-2 and you're 4-3.
And then people are panicking.
Or you could go 0-3 and the world is going to end. I don't think that'll happen. My guess is it would be somewhere between the 1-2 and 2-1.
Put it on the list.
Tip the eggs.
I'm getting it out.
They're not losing this week to Purdue.
No! The last time you said that, they lost to Purdue.
Is this the first eggs of the fall?
No, I had a couple egg things. John's last one was August the 29th when he said UTEP will score on their first drive.
Yeah, I was wrong about that.
All right. But I'll add this to the
list. They
list.
did score on like their third drive. They're not losing to Purdue.
Oh, God.
They are not losing to Purdue.
Well, we have to wait until Nick gives his stupid-ass prediction on Friday's show.
They are not losing to Purdue.
I remember when you said this the last time, John. They lost to them. People forget.
It's not happening.
Nick, play the winnable game drop for us.
We had a winnable game.
I said it. The team's not saying it. I'm saying it.
Wow.
But you're in the Nebraska media, so you represent the team.
If Purdue wants to take that as a slight, you go right ahead.
Wade says, John's the snow is done moment. Yeah. This is your snow.
Yeah. And when Nebraska wins this game,
yeah,
I want apologies from all of you.
Hey, I'll be happy to apologize.
John, nobody apologized to me for all the nasty things they said about me after I was right.
Yeah, because everyone know you only did it to be a contrarian.
That's not why I did it.
It's not like you were crunching tape.
Remember at the beginning of the season when we gave our predictions and I said Nebraska's going to lose a dumb game that nobody thinks they should lose?
Yeah.
That's what Illinois was.
Interesting.
Wow. Calling Illinois a dumb game.
Yeah. Brett Bielema is a human being, Nick. He has feelings.
Sorry, Brett.
He one time tweeted, "I'm all hog."
Oh.
He said
Uh-huh. Does he still have that K-State
Hello.
tattoo?
Iowa tattoo.
Oh, that's right. Iowa tattoo,
Go
not
Hawks.
K-State. What am I
Stupid
thinking?
Hawkeye.
Go Hawks.
All right, we will continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct, including a look in the defense on 1620 The Zone.
It was an eventful commercial break for the Grum.
Yeah, it was.
Yes.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. to the printer.
And we dusted.
And we did dust. We dusted.
Yeah.
You can always give us a jingle jangle on the old 42 Degrees of Source hotline by your mom's house. That's what Andy has done. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Andy.
Hey, there's 3 teams that suck out here, and that's the Iowa Hawkeyes,
yeah,
the Los Angeles Rams, and Dallas Cowboys. So anyway, I just wanted to say you better quit jinxing the Huskers there, John.
Yep.
Because
they're going to win. I guarantee it.
Say what?
They're going to win. I guarantee it.
Well, they better, because if they don't, I'm going to root for Rams lose every game this year.
Oh, darn.
Sir, he got him.
Yeah,
darn.
I'm a big 49ers fan. Let me tell you.
Loser.
They took a big dump in their pants yesterday.
Yes, they did, and it was glorious. By the way, whatever happened to that? Who replaced that? Who replaced that handsome guy, the offspring of the Broncos, former Broncos coach? Who replaced that guy? There was some hobo on the sidelines wearing a headset for Frisco yesterday. Who is that guy?
Yeah, whatever, John. But anyway, you guys have a good one. Talk to you later.
You too, Andy.
Bye, Andy. Wow, why would somebody call into the show, admit they're a 49ers fan, only for you to be able to talk trash to them?
Andy.
People are asking if Andy is drunk. No, that's how Andy sounds all the time.
Yeah, that's just
Andy, I'm a Dolphins fan. The Hawkeyes don't suck right now. You could have said the Dolphins suck, because they do.
Yeah. Would you like to tell me, wow, Josh, you were correct about the 49ers. They're having a bad season. Because I called this. I was the only one. The only brave soul.
It's 3 games into the season.
All of the media.
It's 3 games into the season.
Okay. Keep saying that.
I think
Too
they'll still
early
be
to
in the
tell.
playoffs.
No, it's not. It's football. It's
early to
always
tell.
early enough to tell, or it's always late enough to tell. Keno, was that guy still on hold from Big Red Overreaction?
Perhaps.
Maybe he was.
I'm glad that our weird Michigan State guy called.
Oh, yeah, that guy sucks. Oh, they lost. Nice job, Michigan State, loser.
Michigan State.
They lost to Boston College. I don't believe it. Kenneth says, John, what are you going to promise to do on Twitter if they don't actually win? Are you a fan of 5-layer burritos per chance? Oh, yeah. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? There was someone that said he was going to put a burrito somewhere.
Oh, I saw that.
If a team lost this weekend, and then that team lost.
Yeah, no, I'm not making any pledge like that.
It's like the Dolphins player.
I'm not that committed to
See
the
the
bit.
Dolphins player in his butt.
Last time a
bit.
fan made a promise like that, a team went on a 3-game losing streak.
Yeah, tough look. Headley says, if John is wrong on the Purdue prediction, I say we all march down to the studio and make John lick white dog poop. Is dog poop white?
Well, yeah, when it gets really
it's a
moldy.
Step Brothers reference.
Oh, okay. My bad.
When it gets really dry and moldy.
Banks pooped on his walk this morning later than he ever has before. We were about to cross over the final little street thing. Not even a street. It's just like the driveway area for our apartment. He pooped in the grass. I was like, wow, this is later than normal. Bud, you okay? It was fine. Solid. Good job.
Well, sometimes the dogs, they just wait.
They're interesting creatures, John.
They just wait a little bit. That's all.
Kind of like how the 49ers waited to poop. They didn't start 0-2, but they've started 1-2.
It was so great. They had no business losing that game, but they did.
Football, John, is over. It's a bummer that the season has already ended on September the 23rd, but I'm happy that we have a meeting tonight, so I don't have to watch football tonight.
You're right. And you know what? This just gives us plenty of free time, Josh, to watch playoff baseball. Season baseball.
Guess I'm back into football again.
Yeah, the win probably. I mean, it was all 49ers the whole game because, they took their first drive down the field and they scored. They took their second drive down the field and they scored. The only reason the Rams got it turned around, they were down 14-0.
Yeah, what happened? I was too busy being miserable.
I like those outlines, John.
They faked a punt at midfield.
Nice, Nick.
I'm sure Scott Frost probably designed that play.
Oh, interesting.
And the Rams scored.
I love
on
this.
that
When
drive.
they hired him, you were like, I hate my life and I want everything to burn. And now you're like, oh, Scott Frost, do you want to be a guest on the show?
Scott Frost, you were so right about
give you
everything.
his phone number so you can text him and say, thank you for your service, Scott. Good specialties, bro.
Scott, let's have a mark and play top golf.
Who are you voting for?
Much more grief from all you people about Frost than I emoted about Frost.
Wrong.
That is exactly
I'm going to go find
true.
your tweet. I'm going to go find your tweet.
I was disappointed. Of course I was.
I'm going to find it.
That was the one
You
time.
posted a picture of yourself on top of a building.
Yes, and I was pooping down on the 49ers down below. You dummies. Maybe you should have run the ball a little bit more.
They should have. Why didn't they run the ball? Hadn't they ever thought about that?
Oh, it was fun.
Yeah.
Yesterday was fun.
Yesterday was bad. It was doo-doo. It was crappy.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah, but we knew your team.
Oh, yeah, here's John's tweet. I'll retweet it right now on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. What a beautiful weekend this turned out to be. Oh, God, no! That's what you tweeted.
Yeah, and that was it.
Interesting.
Oh, this is fun from Scott. If Purdue wins, John should eat a spoonful of mayo for each point Purdue won by.
Excellent idea.
Nice.
John, you guaranteed it. You put it on the list. That's like Moses is having commandments. It's put it in stone. The list is etched in stone. You will eat mayonnaise. What?
None of your list items have that same attachment
When
to
I
it.
say anything about the weather, you're like, oh my gosh, put a MAGA hat on him. This is your MAGA hat.
And do you ever do it?
No, because I don't agree to it. You are
I
guaranteeing
don't agree
it,
to
though.
eating mayonnaise.
We
'cause
all know that
mayonnaise is for losers, Will Levis.
We all know that the snow thing is just a bit. This is not a bit. You believe they're going to win. You're guaranteeing it. I'll
Yes,
like
I
the
am.
way you look. I guarantee it. No, wait, no, it's you'll like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Yes.
This is that for you. This is Joseph A. Bank. This is your Joseph A. Bank.
They're going to win. I guarantee it.
And if they don't, you'll eat a spoonful of mayonnaise for every point they lose.
No, I'm not.
It's a great
doing it.
idea.
That's a terrible idea.
What about a teaspoon of mayonnaise for every point they lose by? How about that? Just a tiny little
Only
baby
if I
tea.
get to vomit on you after the first one.
That'd be a fun bit for the show.
Sounds unsanitary, though. Who's going to clean that?
You're our cleaner.
Am I?
Yeah, I think so.
Josh, not the producer Josh. He's the only one that's vomited in
Yeah,
the
I think
studio in
he's
recent
director
years.
of audio and director of cleaning vomit.
Director of vom.
Yeah, he definitely is. He definitely is.
We'll take a look at some of the defensive numbers because there's been, the picture that we have of the defense. I wonder how it matches. And listen, a lot of this happens after a loss, and so everything feels like the sky is falling.
For sure.
Is it really falling?
That is the question. It's not the sky is falling. It's is the sky falling?
Is the sky falling?
Riley says the list is etched in stone and the crevices are filled with mayo. That is your list, John. There's mayonnaise all over your stone tablet.
I look forward to you paying off on all your wrong predictions.
In the crevices. Hey, I got eggs thrown at me that one time.
The Crev boy.
They were frozen.
Well, we did do it on a cold day.
It was so cold. It was No, it was January. It was December or January.
I thought it was December.
It was cold. Mark says this is a shock jock show now. I don't know what we did to be shocking or jocking, but I guess that's what we are.
No.
Isn't that what we're supposed to do? Is give our predictions and then virtually guarantee it?
Yeah, and have eggs thrown at us.
We will continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct next on Fine. You know what? Fine. I'll do it. I'll do the spoonful of mayonnaise for every point.
A spoonful?
Well, yeah,
or the teaspoon,
like a just a regular, the spoon you
so
eat
if
your
they
ice cream with.
let's just pretend they lost by 20. You'd have to do 20 spoonfuls.
If they lose by 20, they better not bring that team back from West Lafayette.
Awesome.
You know what? If they lose by 20, you keep that damn plane, you keep that damn team in West Lafayette because they don't deserve to be over here. You could stay over there.
All right, sweet. The mayonnaise bet
and
is
I'll
on.
be calling for Matt Rule's head if they lose by 20 to these guys.
We need to write this down somewhere.
Well, it's on video. We have the YouTube
we got
video.
We do have the YouTube.
Yeah, just a regular, like the spoon you eat your ice cream with.
Perfect.
Or your cereal.
Man,
you don't eat cereal.
people always accuse me of rooting against Nebraska. Well,
this would be amazing video
be
content.
great for video. You eating spoonfuls of mayonnaise? Just kidding. Go Huskers.
This would be a great YouTube short.
It would.
See, Nick only wants it for the bit. You want it for the bit.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Yes.
I'm here supporting the team.
John,
The so-called hater. Oh, he's just a J-Screw. He hates the
John,
Huskers. I'm the one supporting the team.
That's
it's
true,
my
you are.
job to propagate content. Of course I want this.
By the way, it's Gary Sharp and John Schreiner, for those of you who are wondering. Who do I get to yell at on Saturday if they lose by 20? Those two.
Live from Whiskey Fest.
Live from Whiskey Fest. How fun will that be? Would have been cool if we could have done a live from something fun for the first game of the season for Overreaction. If only.
If only.
If only.
16-20 the zone. I do actually want to get to some of these defensive numbers.
Yeah, we got to.
Rather interesting.
You don't want to talk more about Mayo?
No, but I was alerted to a tweet. Now, the big thing now in the celebrity world is folks are a little worried about maybe some of their past interactions with Mr. Diddy.
Oh no, what happened this time?
Because of, he's now been arrested.
Racketeering,
and a lot of dangerous things.
A lot of baby oil.
A lot of baby oil.
Yeah.
There is now a tweet that is coming from the account at Deion Sanders.
Uh-oh, is it getting retweeted on the old TL?
Dated February 4th of 2011.
That's a long time ago. What do you say?
I don't think y'all heard me. Diddy, Snoop, and Prime with a house full of kids.
Oh, no!
Report that, media. Truth. I don't know what the context is of this.
Well.
I don't think y'all heard me. Diddy, Snoop, and Prime with a house full of kids. Report that, media. Truth. Like he must be responding to somebody for something. I have no idea, but now this is 13 years old.
Yeah.
But
you see that Usher completely scrubbed his Twitter?
Oh, wow. Because he probably said lots of nice things about him.
Probably.
Yeah. You don't want to get caught saying nice things about bad people.
No.
Is this going to be the more hip Epstein? You know how everyone's worried.
Oh, yeah. There's all the
Epstein stuff.
Every time there's a photo of somebody with old Jeff.
Yeah.
That's the title of the segment. Diddy, the hip Epstein.
There you go. Thank you, John, for the podcast title.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we have that now to look forward to at some point down the road.
You guys don't have any pictures of you with Diddy, do you?
Nope.
No.
I've never met him.
No, I can't say that I know him very well.
I think the best thing to come out of
or at all.
Okay.
Actually.
I think
you
the
only
best
know him in passing.
A little bit in passing, I suppose.
It's the wrong way of saying it. I think a good thing to come out of this P. Diddy situation is Kesha changed the opening lyric to TikTok.
All right.
I have no idea.
Let's get back to sports,
English,
John.
please. Brandon Vogel, who now works for counterread.com.
Friend of the Grum. This is a Substack. This is like last week when you said, is this a blog?
Yes.
Yeah.
Broke down the game last week and looked at the defense. What?
Charles said make John eat spoonfuls of baby oil.
Not eating baby oil.
All right, back to this.
Anyway.
We got to be serious.
We got to be serious here.
Great stuff from Brandon.
But what Brandon did was he went back and compared the first 4 games of last year to the first 4 games of this year and looked at it in terms of EPA. We've been quoting that a lot. That's expected points added. That's just a measurement of how much a certain aspect of your team is adding points to
losing points.
So if you're a defensive team, you want your EPA to be in the negative.
Yes, exactly.
Because you're literally
the lower the number, the better.
Yeah. Offensively, obviously, it's the opposite.
He had success rate in here as well, which is fairly obvious, right? It has explosiveness in here. Havoc rate, which is a stat that we have quoted many times. And also, he did a great job in the story of looking at standard downs versus passing downs and what you want to have happen. And for those who are wondering, a standard down is all first down plays and then a second down play with 6 or fewer yards to go, or a third and fourth down play with 4 or fewer yards to go. Again, it's just how far ahead of the chains are you playing?
Exactly.
Anything else is a passing down,
yeah,
right?
Passing down is,
it's obvious passing situations.
Correct.
Yeah.
And obviously, you as a defense, you want to put teams more in passing downs than you want them to be in standard
Like he
downs.
wrote this, so far in 2024, the average FBS offense has a 49.1% success rate on standard downs and 31.4% success rate on passing downs. So what's that say? When you get into obvious passing downs, the other team knows about it. You're more limited, and thus it's in theory it is easier to defend.
Well, the numbers, and again, we've got the graphic up for those of you watching on zonetv.live. But the 2 areas where Nebraska is well behind where they were last year have to do with standard down EPA and rushing play EPA, where they are down 167 and 224% respectively. So last year at this time, the defense on standard downs So when the offense theoretically has an advantage.
Yeah, because they have their whole playbook at their disposal.
Nebraska's defense was at minus 0.11, which is good. And again, you want to be in the minus category.
Yeah.
But this year, it's above 0. It's a plus.
0.07.
So
they've gotten worse by 167%.
So in other words, last year when the teams were ahead of the chains, Nebraska was actually a better defense. This year, that advantage has swung back over to the offense.
Yeah.
On passing downs, last year Nebraska was plus 0.4. This year it's down to 0.1.
Yeah.
So they've actually been good on passing downs, or better, I should say, on passing downs than they were a year ago.
Yeah, how about this? So this is what Vogel wrote. The Illini gained 64% of the available yards, averaging 5.8 yards per play. So available yards real fast is, so let's say you start at the your own 20-yard line. 80 yards are your available yards. So over the course of the game, they gained 64% of available yards. The high for a Tony White defense at Nebraska remains 5.9 yards per play, with 83% of available yards by Michigan last year. So Illinois, barely worse than what Michigan was able to do in that absolute destruction. But here was the thing that really jumped out to me. Opponents have run the ball 46% of the time this season, compared to 33% at this point in 2023. Given that UTEP and Colorado weren't all that interested in the ground game, a crack in last year's veneer against the run, which would show up most on standard downs, couldn't really show up until Northern Iowa. So think about that. 4 games last year, teams were running on 33% of the time. 4 games this year, it's 46%. And again, that's after playing Colorado. That's after playing UTEP, 2 teams that were very happy to pass the ball. So think about what that means for the last 2 games. We knew that Northern Iowa was going to want to run the football because they're not a good passing team. But to see the numbers that much higher, right now, this is telling me, John, it goes beyond these are running teams. It goes to these teams think that they can have success running the ball versus Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
And the results of the last 2 weeks would certainly show that that's the case.
Yeah, each of the last 2 games, Nebraska opponents have run the ball 39 times apiece. Last year, that would have been tied for 4th most. Only Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa. And remember, Wisconsin, that game went into overtime. And Iowa, they weren't going to probably throw it much anyway. Those games were the only games last year that had more than 39 rushing attempts in a game. So that's been the MO.
Yeah.
And you know, it's kind of interesting because in the first 2, I mean, UTEP was not going to run the ball and Colorado was not going to run the ball.
Colorado throws the ball at an incredibly high rate.
And that, to me, is going to be the interesting thing now, is now there's film. Now there's tape.
Yep.
Here's what is possible.
Yep.
And it's not like Nebraska's run defense is terrible. I mean, we're not talking Bob Diaco numbers here.
But it's just bad enough.
But if you can just do it enough to keep teams honest and keep number 15 off the field, you go a long way to A, staying in the game, and B, having a shot at winning the game.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier. Nebraska's first drive of the game that resulted in points, which was their second drive of the game, was 18 plays, 72 yards, 8:39 went off the clock. Their last full drive of regulation, because at the end of regulation, they just took a knee and went to overtime. 10 plays, 41 yards, 5:25 went off the clock. You add those together, and you are looking at 13-plus minutes of time of possession. And if you look at the overall time of possession, Nebraska, John, only had the ball for 17 minutes otherwise. So on 2 drives, it was 13 minutes. On the other drives, it was 17 minutes. Their defense, for the second straight week, could not get off the field. They could not get off the field. And yeah, there was a few drives for Nebraska's offense where they went 3 and out. And they scored fast too. 4 plays, 37 yards after the takeaway that they had, touchdown. 9 plays, 70 yards. Certainly that's a long drive. 4 plays, punt. 5 plays, touchdown. 3 and out. 10 plays, missed field goal. And then we know what happened in overtime. They couldn't sustain drives, and the defense couldn't get off the field.
Well, coming up next, it's the happy hour.
Yeah, indeed it is.
And with that, our Monday feature, the Scarlet and the Cream.
Riley points out, bold claim by John considering he interviewed Diddy at the Met Gala in 2017. And, I mean, there's photographic evidence. You're hanging out on the stairs. You're leaning over. You're interviewing him.
Oh, is that who that was?
Very interesting, yeah.
Oh.
John Bishop here on 1620 The Zone, welcoming my friend, Diddy, I believe is the audio.
He didn't even say friend of the program.
No,
He said my personal,
friend.
very close
We love,
friend.
Yeah.
He's even had him on the grill deck.
Yeah, wow. Is this true, John?
There's not enough room for more than
it is a tiny baby grill
It's
deck.
a tiny
Well, that's what the
grill
baby
deck.
oil's for.
It's maybe for me and Miss Wrigley. That's it. And the grill.
Nice.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all there's room for.
Scarlet and the Cream.
The Scarlet
Who
and the
joins
Cream.
the Cream team? And who has a scarlet letter put on them?
Nice.
Find out next.
1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. From your
Happy hour is on the air.
Kind of surprised that the Iowa boy didn't play a normal one. What?
I wasn't expecting to hear this one so soon.
Me neither, John. Me neither.
I thought it would wait for Indiana.
Yeah, of course you did. Signetti-pilled man.
By the way, Indiana, according to our buddy K Ford, projected to win 9 games. You know how many 9-win seasons the Indiana Hoosier football program has in their entire history?
0.0.
Wrong! 2!
Oh, I thought it was 0.
Yeah, the 2 times they won the Big Ten, 45 and 67.
They barely even played 10 games back then.
You know what was happening in both 1945 and 1967?
What's that, Nick?
Life.
World War II in Vietnam.
Well, those are different events.
No, I know. Those are 2 big major wars, though.
Yeah.
So they can only win when there's major conflicts.
What about World War I?
Were they around in World War I?
Yes.
Well, the men were fighting.
Comment on the YouTube page from Chief1999. Out here mowing, listening to the Grum. I totally get that runner math now. It feels like 150 degrees out here. Nice to have somebody joining me. And
what are you talking about? It's like 70 degrees today.
I know. It was gorgeous. My run this morning, gorgeous. Best run in months.
By the way, Nick, this is what you get for your bad joke. That's what you get.
John, I don't think we can have that on the YouTube.
I think we're okay, Nick. We'll be fine. It looks like artwork.
It is art.
Yeah.
Art But Make It Sports hasn't done anything with that yet, as far as I know.
Oh, they did.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I missed it.
Yeah. Wow, tough look for you there, Nick.
Well, I've been avoiding social media.
Oh, damn, that bummed about
Why
that.
have you been avoiding because the Dolphins lost a game they were supposed to lose?
It's okay, Nick. Your season's done.
It is done.
Nick, football season is bad.
Now you got the inside track to the number 1 draft pick where you can go and get another team. Get another quarterback.
He doesn't want another quarterback because only Tua could throw the perfect pass to Tyreek Hill.
Tua ain't playing no more. His brains are
No,
been
I
scrambled.
get that. I want Tua to stop, but Skylar Thompson ain't it.
Yes, duh.
Which is why you need
Tim Boyle ain't it.
Yes, duh.
You need them to.
But the Panthers are going to draft Shador.
You think so?
Yeah, I think Shador's going to the Panthers.
Well, then you can draft. Who's the next quarterback that's going to get picked, John?
Cam Ward.
Carson Beck. Oh, Cam Ward would be fun. You could.
I'm trying to think of the thing that rhymes with Cam or Ward.
Cam Ward would be fun.
You can, it used to be suck for luck.
Yeah,
but I can't think of anything. Cam.
Slam for Cam.
Be damned for Cam.
Be damned for Cam. Nick, Cam Ward is fun. He throws the ball far.
And he's already in Miami right now, so he wouldn't even have to move.
That's true.
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, just get a bigger place.
No,
Same city, bigger place.
He probably makes more money off that Miami sweet NIL than the Dolphins will pay him.
I think he's making $2 million. Headley writes, way to make us YouTube folks crack up. Hopefully no one is butthurt.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? A North Carolina bettor won $40,000 on a 6-game NFL parlay yesterday.
No, I didn't see this. I don't like celebrating people's gambling wins. It's not me.
But listen to the bets he placed.
Oh, I bet these are going to be wild rides.
Now, Seahawks -4 and Chiefs -3, Ravens -1.5. Not crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Lions -3, probably not crazy. He also had the Rams and the Panthers on the money line.
Wow, that is a freak show. See, this is a throwaway bet,
and he won $40,000.
That must be nice. Just winning $40,000.
Yeah, to bet on a bunch of idiot teams.
No, fine teams, great teams with excellent special teams.
Wow.
Well, I guess it's time.
Cream
for the,
team.
Hit it.
Time for the cream team. Yeah, we didn't even say it this time.
When they lose, you can acknowledge that,
And black.
That it's a color in the media guide?
Thank you. No,
it's a color in every media guide because every media guide.
The PDF file, John. It's in the official PDF file.
Most PDFs are printed with black.
Thank you, Nebraska.
Well, we we start with the Scarlet.
You did 5? You jerk! I thought it was 4!
I could have done more.
Yes, duh, but I was like, John did 4. I'm going to keep it at 4.
You do as many as you
don't
want.
worry, because you did your 4, and then he had Michael do the 5th one for you.
You do whatever, as many you want.
Michael, send in a thing that you're freaking out about, so then I have 5 too.
But the unreliable run game.
Yikes.
It was unreliable. I thought Nebraska would be able to run the ball successfully enough.
Yeah.
But even when you take out the sacks, it's less than 3.5 yards a carry.
Not good enough.
It's not going to be good enough.
No, not good enough.
And, when you have a team that doesn't feature quarterback run game, and everyone was about, oh, well, this will be so much better, and then the quarterback won't be fumbling the ball. The difference, though, is, and here's a question for you. Not that this has to apply to this year, because this year's team is different than any other year. But how many Nebraska football teams can you remember in your lifetime that had a good running game where the quarterback did not factor in heavily into that equation?
In my lifetime, good run game? Oh, that's a good question, because like some of those Callahan teams, they could run the ball well against bad teams, but not like,
right.
Like the Zach Taylor teams. When they played bad teams, they could run the ball well, but in like the important games, they very much struggled to run the football.
The thing you're looking for is just any of the Iowa teams over the last few years.
No, they haven't been even good at running the ball either,
No,
Nick.
sad.
So the answer basically is none. None teams.
My second thing on the red alert, Scarlet alert, the windows are closing, and I mentioned this earlier. Hey, it's great that you've got a quarterback that can make the big boy throws, the truly big boy throws. The way he is able to layer that ball in between defenders in zone coverage is beautiful.
Yeah.
And so you need that. So I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But if you go back and chart the completions in that game, man, there were a lot of throws where that receiver is being blanketed. And Dylan's got to put it on the spot, and the receiver's got to make a play.
Yeah.
And do you want that? Absolutely you do. But if that continues, if it continues that Nebraska is having to make the tough throws, better teams or better secondaries are going to make bigger plays on it. So it's worth watching.
It absolutely is. Because the margin of error is smaller.
It's smaller.
It is harder to do.
It's smaller.
Yeah.
No pressure equals no success. We saw what happened. This is the worst havoc rate since the Michigan game.
Gross.
They could not generate pressure. This defense is predicated on being able to make the quarterback uncomfortable. And you don't always have to get home. You don't always have to sack, but just simply the QB hurries.
Yeah.
Only 2 quarterback hurries in the entire game.
Yeah.
2. That's it. They had been averaging 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Per game prior to this. Special teams, nothing special about them.
Horrible.
And, you feel bad for a guy like John Hull, put into that situation, first time in the Division I. But it's also the punting. Yeah, Buschini's booming the crap out of the ball, but if you're punting it to the wrong area where your coverage is not, it turns in, and that, you go back to that punt and that flip of field position. Nebraska gets stopped, has a chance to go up 2 scores, but they basically get it to around midfield, have to punt. The punt is a boomer, but it goes to the wrong, the coverage is going one way, the punt's the other. It's basically the same thing as what happened against Michigan State in that ill-fated game a few years ago. And what does it do? It flips the field. Illinois gets almost a 40-yard return. Now they've got the ball at midfield. They score. Whole new ball game.
Yeah.
So special teams, right now at this point, I'm just hoping they can break even. Because they did not break even on Friday night.
No.
And then the last thing is the injuries. We found out today that Turner Corcoran is going to be, we don't know how long, but the injury was not a knee. It was,
Oh my God.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Trying to remember exactly what it was, but he's down. And obviously Tommy Hill.
Yeah, that's
now Sierra Wright, I thought played very admirable.
Hamstring.
Thank you. Severe hamstring is what it was for Corcoran. But Sierra Wright came in, performed admirably, but man, losing out on Tommy Hill, plantar fasciitis. That's anyone who's had it knows, man. That's hard to get rid of.
It sucks because
it's hard to get rid of.
You have to rest. Resting is the way to get over planners. It sucks. It's a horrible, horrible injury.
So there's my Scarlet. Josh, what about yours?
I mean, honestly, a lot of this, there's going to be overlap. Let's get into it. The first one is the book out on the defense. Nebraska, one of the things that we hit on many, many times in the offseason was the number of sacks Nebraska had last year, but how they were often in chunks and not spread out evenly amongst all the opponents. Last year, 32 sacks, 16 were in 2 games. Right now, they have 11 sacks on the year, which is pretty good in terms of where it ranks metrically with the rest of the sport. But more than half of them, 6, came versus Colorado. So is Nebraska good at getting to the quarterback, or are they good at getting to Colorado's quarterback? Because sadly, over the course of a couple seasons, it seems like it's more the latter than it is the former. And the other thing about the book being out on the defense, Offensive Illinois attacked Nebraska in a similar way, but also a better way than Northern Iowa did the week prior. In terms of the concepts, in terms of how they were moving the quarterback around, and then the difference was he was able to make the throws that Northern Iowa's quarterback the week prior was not. And so this is absolutely a concern. This is not to say that the 3-3-5 is a tire fire and the Big Ten's adjusted, blah, blah, blah. It's just more something going on with this group. And then on top of that, some of the injuries you mentioned, not very good. I wanted to add a little bit more, though, to the defense, and that was third down defense. This is another thing that we explored many, many times throughout the offseason. Last year, Nebraska's third down defense ranked 45th in the entire country. You dive down a little deeper in the losses, it really struggled. It was one of the worst in the entire country. Right now, Nebraska, with more wins than losses, they are 3-1 on the year, yet their third down defense in terms of conversion rate is 73rd in the country. And this was easily the worst of the bunch so far. Northern Iowa last week converted on 37.5% of their third downs. Colorado the week before was under 30. UTEP in week 1 was exactly 30. Illinois went 7 of 13, 53.9% converting on third downs. Nebraska cannot get off the field. We saw that on Friday, and it's got to be something that they get better at moving forward. I keep saying we've talked about this before, but what did we do a little last week? We talked about the penalties that Nebraska had versus Colorado. Were they getting better and not getting penalized? Was the fourth quarter the oddity, or was that more of the norm? Sadly, Nebraska now, John, ranks 100th in the entire country in penalty yards per game. They had 9 penalties for 89 yards. And the thing that really got me going was the number of personal foul penalties that Nebraska had. 4 personal foul penalties. One of them was for 14 yards. So that's 4 penalties for 59 yards. And that doesn't even count the face mask that the refs missed on what was a fourth down play for Illinois as well. You mentioned the special teams. I wanted to hit on a couple things as well. You could obviously mention the missed field goal. Horrible. This was in Sam McEwen's rewind. Nebraska already has allowed 103 punt return yards in 2024 after allowing 144 last year. The opponent return average, 14.7 yards, is among the nation's worst. In Illinois, they had 119 return yards the other night. They had 60 punt return yards. And if you look at the kickoff return numbers as well, again, Nebraska ranks amongst the bottom of the country. Last year, they weren't giving up a whole lot of touchdowns, so they weren't kicking the ball off a lot. They allowed 18.2 yards per kickoff return. That was 42nd best in the country. Pretty solid. Right now, so far this year, as I pull up their number, they are 96th in the country in allowing 20.2 yards per kickoff return. And that doesn't sound like that big of a difference. It's only a couple yards. But, man, they got to get that fixed. The special teams, it goes beyond the specialists at this moment in time. It is across the board. It's not just the punter. It's not just the kicker. It's everything right now.
Well, believe it or not, there is still
It's jean creaming time.
Oh,
it's cream
time.
in your jeans.
No, Rick, you need to say something different. Something on your own.
You're gonna cream.
Nice.
For me, this is kind of the opposite of what we talked about in the Scarlet, but he's making the throws. Yes. Dylan is making the throws. I mean,
Ridiculous.
The touchdown pass at the end of the first half, the layering, a couple of times in that game, you get it over the head of the linebacker, but in front of the safety, when you're seeing a lot of zone, that's going to be huge. And then also, outside of one notable play in the end zone, the guys are making the catch.
Mm-hmm.
Nair and Banks are making some tough catches. And they're using their size to their advantage. So those things are huge positives. And you always want that. Now, what you would like is maybe some less stress throws every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Or some plays where, guys are more open. But there's no question Dylan is making the big boy throws. And for the most part, the guys are making big-time catches. John Bullock. He had all the havoc plays in the first half. Yeah. There weren't many, but he had them all. Forced fumble, tackle for loss, deflection. Always seems like there's at least a drive where he's got something going on, where he makes a big play that gets a stop. And that's what this game is about. It's about getting stops and then getting scores. Getting stops, getting scores. And it seems like at least once a game, he's making plays that are getting stops. And I think one last thing is I think this Purdue game is coming at a perfect time.
Not going to disagree with that one for sure.
I think it's coming at the perfect time. If let's say Nebraska had pulled it out, but yet all of these warts that we've been spending time on today, they were still there. Nebraska easily could have won that game if they don't go backwards in overtime. There was still a scenario out there where they win the game, but all the warts about not being able to get pressure, not being able to run when you have to, costly penalties, poor special teams. It could have been easy to walk into Purdue this week with an overinflated sense of self. Well, now, guess what? Matt Rhule has their attention. It's one thing to show, hey, we won the game, but look at this, and this. It's another when you lose a game and you go, oh, crap, these things really do add up.
Could you add that to the other category, though, that you need to do it because of a loss?
Of course. But at least in terms of the timing, I think it's good timing, which is why, again, I say they'll win this week. I guarantee.
So, Nick, put Purdue on the cream team. The whole Purdue team.
The whole Purdue team.
And reminder, if you missed it earlier, if Nebraska loses, John's going to eat mayonnaise.
It's jean creaming time.
Yeah, we're very much in agreement on a lot of stuff. Let's start with Dylan Raiola. I mentioned this on Friday's postgame show. Watching him in person is wild. Watching the way that he throws the football, the layering that you just mentioned that he does, it's absolutely wonderful. 72.2% completion rate, 8.4 yards per pass attempt, 8-2 touchdown to interception ratio. This was his worst game yet, certainly. Just given some of the mistakes made, and obviously you want the pass to Lindenmeyer back. But yeah, he has an obvious reason to get excited and to be like Brick Tamland and cream all over the place. So yeah, Dylan Raiola is easily my number one. Mentioned earlier, third down defense bad. Let's talk a positive. Third down offense. Nebraska 18th best in the country right now and converting on third downs.
Nice.
You look at the stats overall, and they are converting on essentially 51% of third downs. They're ahead of teams like Ohio State, Penn State, Tennessee, LSU, et cetera, et cetera. That's something that they're really going to need to continue. And of course, how much of this goes back to Dylan Raiola, but I didn't want to just, continue mentioning him. You mentioned the portal receivers, though, or the receivers in general. Shout out to Nayor, shout out to Banks. We wondered for a couple of weeks, like, hey, what's going on with these guys? They were good in the opener. Haven't really seen a whole lot of them. My theory with that group and with a lot of groups is that they were trying a bunch of stuff out to see what they wanted to do moving forward into conference play. Well, I think we got our answer. 12 catches combined, 184 yards combined, a couple of touchdowns. I thought that this was the game where they finally showed the promise that we came into the season expecting. Mr. Banks in particular, I thought I just think he's a trustworthy player. I don't know if Naor is always that. He had that drop early in the game. Ball was a little bit behind him, but I thought that he could have made a better effort for it. But I think that Jamal Banks, I think, is someone that you can trust. And look, I'm going to give a little shout out to Sadie. I know that people no, John.
It's Gene Creamin'
You always
time.
say that I'm negative and want him fired. And yet, Nick's going to put Sadie on the cream team.
Am I?
Yes, Nick, I just put him on my cream team.
It's Gene Creamin' time.
That play was wonderfully designed, wonderfully called, and it was executed not 100% because they didn't score. But man, it was executed really well in a lot of areas. And the fact that it was a bunch of the blocking people on the field, I thought was great. Ifs and buts, right? They lost the game, so I can't say it. If that play works, the amount of, oh my gosh, that is a coaching maneuver that he bet big on and won. And you could say, wow, they coached it perfectly. They bamboozled Illinois. They didn't. Missed him. They lose the game, so you can't say that. But I thought that he did a good job. And I thought, given the issues with the run game, I thought that he called a pretty solid game overall. I did. And I know that I feel like I'm an outlier on this. And I don't know.
I mean, there were folks who thought they should have tried to run it more in other situations. But again, they weren't. I'd like to see what the stuff rate was in this game because, man, they got stuffed a lot.
Yeah.
They got stuffed a lot.
Yeah.
Which was really surprising. And now you wonder, what's it going to look like even this week against Purdue? The reason why Purdue's given up all these big rushing yards, guess what? The teams that they've played so far have running quarterbacks. Riley Leonard, Notre Dame ran like crazy. Nebraska's not going to do that. They're going to be more of a traditional pro-style run game. Are they going to be able to generate that kind of run? And listen, this is not a running attack that has to be a big. It does not. Matt Rhule can talk about we need to turn the 12s into the 80s and blah, blah. No, they just need to be consistent. Just give me something that looks consistent.
Yeah.
Where they can gain yards and 4.5 yards on average. If they can do that, that usually is enough.
Yeah.
With this quarterback and the rest of this offense, it should be enough. Take the sack yards out, they average less than 3.5 yards a carry. That will not get it done.
No.
Unless you're Iowa and you have a really, really, really good defense and really, 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 really good special teams.
Text or a tweet coming in rather from Jordan. What happened last time John declared Nebraska would beat Purdue? I forget.
Oh, so because it happens once, now it's a trend? No.
Kind of like when I predicted the snow will be done.
But you've been trending for decades. Even if I'm wrong on Saturday, it would be a coincidence because it would only be the second time.
Interesting.
I would not be trending.
A Mayo-induced coincidence.
But it's not going to happen. They're going to win on Saturday. I guarantee it.
Travis says, how big of a part is Mazuka to the run game success?
Well, we'll find out. I hope we see him.
Yeah, indeed.
And they may have to.
Indeed.
All right, when we come back, speaking of Matt Rhule, some of the audio from today.
Audio.
What he is thinking this week, trying to dive into the heads of his players.
Whoa.
Pick apart.
Stay out of their heads.
Get some of the disease out and get some of the positivity in there. Need some positivity. Gotta believe. You gotta believe. Like I believe you will win on Saturday.
There you go.
1620 the zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. Pro football is canceled. I'm kidding, but I'm definitely not happy with my team. And if you want to fade the Dolphins every week this season on the Circus Sports Iowa app, please be my guest. I don't blame you. But if you're in the same boat that I am, then thank God we still have baseball. Another sport where my favorite team sucks, but for some reason it makes me less sad. With the tight money line splits, live in-game lines, and that update every single break and fun props, Circus Sports Iowa is the only sportsbook you need to carry you through the rest of this baseball regular and postseason. If you're looking for some action tonight, the Phillies are hosting John's Cubs. The Cubs are at plus 169, nice, to win tonight with the tight money line splits. Things are about to heat up in the baseball world, which is perfect as the weather outside is starting to get a little colder. Download your new sportsbook today and bet like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa with all the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand. Download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
The harder you get coached, the more we have to then coach.
The only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man.
We're going to absolutely murder you. I just think grass is better. Our kids, they're on an iPad nowadays. They're on their phone. They're doing something, and there's just not a lot of frustration in their everyday lives. it's 4th and goal every single day in our building. A lot of times coaches will say, like, hey, we're going to keep it vanilla. We're not doing that. It's painful right now. It's painful. It's painful.
If we die, we die.
Well, there was a common theme in today's Matt Rhule press session, his usual Wednesday session prior to a game week. Let's see if you can figure out what that common theme is. First thing, Matt Rhule talking about Nebraska's leaky run defense.
At halftime, they had 31 yards rushing. You know what I mean? So it was really in the second half. Because I remember addressing that, like, hey, this is a. I mean, we predicted it. We told, hey guys, they're going to come out. They're going to go tempo, no huddle. They're going to run RPO it. So like when it happened, they were, that we were really settled in. They adjusted as the game went on, and they found more runs. They ran some crack tosses. They ran some different things, and really at the end of the day, we just didn't get off blocks, and we didn't win third down. So. You can only run the ball when you're converting third downs because you can stay, if you run the ball, you're going to be in third down. And they were in third manageable. If they didn't get the third down, they got the fourth down when they went for it on fourth down. And we're not tackling at the level that we've seen us tackle at.
Definitely true. That I think is one of the most notable things and noticeable things about watching Nebraska's defense right now. It does not look like the unit last year. I was blown away at this time last year by how fast they were able to improve that side of the ball, how much they were flying around, how much they were tackling that the first guy was tackling. And this year, it just hasn't happened to that degree, at least in the last 2 games especially.
Here's Matt Rhule on being disciplined late in games.
We're just going to have to be a little more disciplined. We're going to have to be a little more disciplined. And that's kind of, it sounds like coach speak, but it really, honestly, that's kind of where we are right now is, these games get tight and our team gets a little tight and they start doing uncharacteristic things. And that's my job. I have to find a way to get us over the hump.
We wondered aloud if Nebraska, how they were going to respond that first time they were in a close game. Well, unfortunately we saw what happened. I go back to those last 3 drives, the drive where Nebraska had the ball after Illinois ties the game. They've got 80 yards to go. And on 2 out of the 3 plays, Dylan Raiola just drops the ball. Just drops it. And then, of course, missing the field goal on the second drive and then the drive in overtime. Those were the last 3 times Nebraska had the ball. For a team that had been moving up and down the field, been getting...
And that doesn't even count the interception in the first half. Again, They had a lot of success. Like I'm looking at stuff from GameOnPaper.com, which is a site that I quoted over the weekend when we were doing the show on Friday night. And the numbers look very similar in terms of the offenses having success against the defenses. In terms of Nebraska, their third down success rate, for example, better. Yards per play, Illinois, a touch higher. EPA per dropback, Illinois, a touch higher. Success rate, Nebraska, a touch higher. But overall, and we hit on this, and I know this is maybe going away from the original quote, Nebraska's special teams, way worse. And their penalties way worse. And so that stuff, you put that into a pot, you mix it together, and you get an overtime loss in a game that, like you said, they moved the ball fairly well in this one.
It may have actually been a flipping of the script a bit. 2 weeks ago, Nebraska was clearly more motivated to play Colorado. But on Friday...
And Illinois, I mean, you could feel Illinois' passion for that game. They've been waiting for that game for a long time, since we went there last year. And, I thought our guys played hard. I have no issue with that stuff. It's just a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes, and I put that on me. That's not, some coaches come and say, "Oh, it's on me." No, when that happens, I'm always like, this is typically things that happen in year 2. You have a couple games, and all of a sudden you have this game, you come back down, and you're like, all right, then teach the guys, like, hey, you have to attack every game the same way in terms of your energy and effort and stay locked into the game. And then I have to find a way to get our team to, when the game gets tight, not get tight, but enjoy the battle and enjoy the competition. And just felt really tight out there, in the second half.
So quite a bit in there. The first thing that I wanted to mention was, remember last year, leading up into volleyball day and then after, where we wondered, like, how is this team going to deal with that game being in the rear view, the emotions of that night? They did obviously a very good job. They were undefeated for much of the year. You almost wonder now if we could have a similar conversation about the Colorado game. And if anything, John, about the first half of the Colorado game. where they came out there ready to go. They were feeding off of that emotion.
Yeah.
Because since then, in 10 quarters now, they have played up and down football, I would say. It's certainly the kindest. And I think the defense since then has taken a bit of a step back. I think the offense has actually been fairly similar to what they were, in the first 6 quarters of the season. So there's that. And then, the stuff at the end, it's pretty obvious that this group continues to struggle in those moments. For a quarterback that seems fairly unflappable, his worst moments as a Nebraska Cornhusker all came in the fourth quarter. The fumbles that you just mentioned and the missed pass. 3 plays that he made a mistake on that heretofore we have not seen him make. The interceptions, I don't put on him. Could he lead his receivers better? Perhaps. Could they grab the ball? Could they hold on to the ball better? Also, perhaps. So maybe 50-50 at the very least on who deserves some blame there. But his worst plays so far came when the game was at its closest. And what's interesting, of course, is that he is a newbie, so he doesn't have the stink of the last few years. It makes sense to me why a 5th or a 6th year player would get into that moment. I think it helps explain the first drive for Illinois going so easily and so poorly for Nebraska. And then, of course, their offense just falling apart. It makes sense to be that age and to say, here we go again. Even if you're telling yourself it's not going to happen, you have the thought in the back here. They are humans. This is not a video game.
No.
They're not robots. So it makes sense. So how do you convince them that it's not going to happen? They got to do it. And that's the hardest part, right? Until you believe you can do it, you can't do it.
Special teams, and especially place kicking, which we knew was going to be an issue coming into the season. Matt Rhule was asked today, do you Ed Foley is your special teams coach, but is he necessarily the one you have tutoring your kickers? Because kickers are a different breed. Yeah. Well, Matt Rhule did make mention that, yes, there is somebody on staff who is there to work directly with the place kickers.
Yeah, we hired Brett Marr. Brett's on staff. Brett's coaching for us. He's working with those guys. We have a mindset coach. We make a highlight video of themselves each week for visualization. We're working through all those things. There's a process for young players to become a great player, and sometimes you have to go through some of these hurdles on your way to becoming a great player. And they're really for our whole team. You know what I mean? We went through this disappointing game, and we have to emerge on the other side. We can't. I told them today, the guys are walking around with their heads down today and all that. There's no time for that. We got to get ready for Purdue. We have to learn from it and move on. We're kind of still in to the question earlier, learning how to win phase, and that's each person learning how to win their phase, their job. I hate that we're still learning how to win phase. That's not what I want. It's not like an excuse. Hey guys, bear with us. But it's the Big Ten. I want to keep saying that enough. Everyone's going to show up every week, and the games are going to come down to the wire.
So Brett Maher back at the school, helping tutor the kickers.
Very interested to see, and it's still 8 games to go, but just what happens with this special teams unit over the course of this season and then, moving forward. Just given what we know about Rhule and the demands that he places on his coaches, let alone his players. The numbers are horrible. Again, we had it in the Scarlet and the Cream segment, last segment. It goes beyond right now just an individual. It goes beyond a kicker. It goes beyond a punter. It's everything right now. A play that I don't think we have mentioned one time today is the punt that Nebraska sends down to the 6-yard line, the 7-yard line.
Oh, yeah, I mentioned it.
Okay, you did?
Just to the wrong side of the field. Booming the ball is great when you're kicking it where your coverage is supposed to be.
So think about that. That Illinois then was right back to the same spot where Nebraska had the possession previously. And it's wow, what a waste. You do all that work, you punt it down to the 6-yard line, but it goes the wrong way. It doesn't have a lot of hang time, which we're certainly seeing from his punts right now. And then they're at midfield. And it's all right, cool. All the field position you just gained. I was looking here. Let me pull this up real fast before we get to the next clip. Average starting field position in this game, Illinois, their own 42. Nebraska, their own 30. And Nebraska had 2 takeaways. Nebraska, starting field position, averaged. Own 30, Illinois 12 yards better, their own 42. That adds up. Illinois had 11 possessions, Nebraska had 10. That adds up. 12 yards advantage over the course of, let's just say 10, that's 120 yards.
Yeah.
They don't have to travel to score. That's a lot of yards. It's a lot of yards.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So there's a little bit of Matt Rhule from today. Coming up, we've got content. And in today's content, Nebraska volleyball. The final week of the baseball season. And a reason to celebrate America.
Oh.
Yeah.
Paying off student loans. Let's go.
Finally.
What a country.
You paid off your student loans? Congratulations.
No, that's never happening, John. I've been paying them for 11 years, and the number is still the same. What a racket.
It almost sounds like it's a broken system.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah. Not going to borrow from that lender anymore.
Well, I won't be going back to school, John.
Maybe that's a problem.
Not going back to school?
You should just stay in school the whole time.
Never have to pay off the student loans. But then if I die, I leave all that debt with my family. That'd be a tough look for me.
It's time for Mr. Banks to get a job.
Damn it, Banks, you got to earn your keep. You just sleep all day.
And howl.
And
lick.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But Kelsey tweets in, looking at my dash cam footage from earlier today when a car ran a stop sign in front of me, and as soon as I'm past the car, you're on the radio in the background saying, "You idiot!" And I just really appreciate that.
Nice.
Look at me. It's almost like is it a soothsayer?
A what?
Isn't that a phrase? Soothsayer? Or is it a soothseer?
Soothsayer.
Oracle?
A person supposed to be able to foresee the future. I'll call myself that for that moment in time. It is me, the soothsayer.
Sure.
John's trying to be a soothsayer, but will he be a mayo eater? Find out on
Mayo
Saturday.
muncher.
There we go.
Don't have to because they're going to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee it. 16-20 the zone.
I made you some
unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick.
Nebraska volleyball stunk up the joint.
Yeah, they did.
In a good way.
Yeah, they did.
On national TV, the Huskers smoked Louisville in 3 and are now the number 2 team in the nation behind Pitt. Given how they have beat and how they did it, are the Huskers being disrespected?
Well, they have played a better schedule than the Panthers, but the Panthers have not lost a set yet this year.
Pretty good.
So it's kind of hard to knock them out. I think their best win is over, I want to say, Oregon. So I think they're being rewarded for that. But, I mean, if you put Nebraska and Pitt on the same floor at the same time, I know which team I'm picking. It's the same team that's guaranteed to win on Saturday. The volleyball
Nebraska
version.
football?
The volleyball version.
The actor? Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, like, dude, not losing a set, pretty damn good. So I understand it. That said, Nebraska's had some tremendous wins. What they did the last week was ridiculous. They have very much responded to that SMU loss well. Very much.
As the final week of the season begins, the AL wildcard race has turned upside down as the Tigers have moved in, the Twins have fallen out, and the Royals are choking for the finish line. Who survives and makes the playoffs?
Man, I think the Royals might be the odd man out of this situation. 7 losses in a row, 2-8 in their last 10. They're not looking very good. John, some would say it's been a while since they won a game. I think they're going to be the team that doesn't make it to the postseason.
Now, the Royals do have the Nationals, who are not great. So, I mean, if they're going to get wins, they got to get them against them because guess what? They close at the Braves. And the Braves are still obviously playing for something, especially depending on how their series goes with the Mets tomorrow through Thursday. So, yeah, it's not a great spot for the Royals to be in. And with the Tigers playing as hot as they are, you don't count anything out. Remember, though, Minnesota's got the tiebreaker over both Kansas City and Detroit. Kansas City has the tiebreaker over Detroit. And the tiebreaker, there's no tiebreaker game like there used to be in the past. It's whoever did better in the regular season series. So if the Royals end up tied with somebody, they want it to be Detroit because they own the tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm.
This is our first Grum with this segment since Shohei Otani put together one of the great statistical nights in the history of the sport.
Oh!
How about that, eh? He's pretty good. Some would say the GOAT. Imagine poo-pooing this because people are excited about watching a great baseball player.
First of all,
Nick,
it was,
great question.
No, terrible question.
Excellent question.
It was literally talked about at the beginning of Friday's show.
We didn't. No,
the
Nick
day
said
after
no.
he did it.
He said this is our first Grum with this segment. We didn't do content.
Oh, it
on
has to
Friday.
be done in this segment. So he's got to suck the oxygen out of every room.
Nick, great question.
Thank you.
Keep up the good
It's a
work on
dumb
writing
question.
these
It's
questions.
like a 4-day-old story.
Wow, interesting that you're not answering the question though about his greatness. It's almost like you're poo-pooing it. Interesting. It's almost
No,
like
I'm poo-pooing the timing of the question. How come we're not talking about Babe Ruth's called shot? Oh, that was a great play. Why don't we talk about that?
Talked about the Nebraska game. That was Friday. This is just a day before. Basically the same difference.
You know, some people around here have been whining forever and ever. I don't want to talk about baseball. I only want to talk football. And now
Tough look for me.
And now look who's
Sorry
changed
that
his tune.
Sorry that I like to appreciate people who are good at their sport, John.
Want to hear a really messed up stat? Jimmy Allen was more right about Mike Trout than John is about Shohei.
Whoa, John, tough look, bro.
What was I wrong about Shohei?
Everything.
You
never appreciate him. You never just say you're right. He's
That's
awesome.
it's not being wrong. That's just saying
it's being a jerk.
not
You should
being
go
a
to
jerk.
jail for being a jerk. Officers, arrest John.
He's being a jerk.
He's being a doo-doo.
Man,
Take
I
him to
can't
jerk
wait till
jail.
The Dodgers lose in the playoffs. It's gonna be sweet.
Both our Army and our Navy are 3-0, and they are both favored to win this weekend. If they both win, they will each be 4-0. That's math. The last time Army and Navy were both 4-0, 1945.
Oh, wow.
Also a good year for our Army and our Navy.
Okay. Yeah, I guess there was the
They won.
the celebration at the end of the road.
They
The celebration.
won.
That one guy died too. That's an over, by the way. Cool. You know what'd be hilarious? And something we barely talked about in passing earlier this year was if they make it to that game undefeated, like the playoff.
Oh, yeah. Here's another thing you're going to crap on.
No,
Mr.
they won't.
I hate the Army-Navy game.
No, the playoff is idiotic, and they're not putting the championship on hold. Army-Navy should also move. They don't need to be that weekend anymore. The sport's evolving. Time to evolve too, Army and Navy. Get off the pot.
Oh, here we go. America hating Josh.
I love America.
Yeah,
I believe in America, John. I can believe that America can be better.
Why don't they just play those games?
Yes, and they are better. They're both 3-0.
Yeah, well, I believe it can be even better than that.
Well, yeah, if they both win, they'll both be 4-0.
Well,
that's better than 3-0.
I mean, hard to argue with that.
The Colorado Buffaloes picked up their third win of the season on Saturday, doing so in overtime in a comeback win versus Baylor. Take a look at their schedule. They're on the road at UCF on Saturday with home games versus Kansas State, Utah, and Oklahoma State still to come. Are they going to go bowling?
K-Ford's number has them at 5.8 wins and 6.2 losses. The most likely record that they have is 6-6, 29%. The second most likely is 5-7 at 26%. Combined, those numbers, John, are a cool 55%. The third best odds, by the way, are 7-5. Tough one this week versus UCF, and then they are off. I'll say this. Bounced back very well since the Nebraska game. Dominated Colorado State in a game that last year they did not dominate. Baylor, it's funny. They hit the Hail Mary.
Baylor crap down their
They
leg.
did, but they also should have had the catch the play before on what was an easier catch.
Yes.
It's a tough schedule, man. Utah is going to put them in a meat grinder. I think Kansas State's going to rebound well. That said, though, they got all those games at home. Man, I'm gonna play the odds. I'm gonna say 5-7. It's just this is gonna be a team that plays in a lot of close games, and they're gonna have some swing ones in here, and they'll either be 5-7 or 6-6.
I think the path to 6 is beating Arizona, Cincy, and either Texas Tech or Kansas. I think it's possible. I think Colorado's going bowling.
Wow.
I listen, I came away from the Nebraska-Colorado game. I was impressed by Colorado's defense. I thought they played hard.
Yeah.
I thought they hit hard.
Yeah.
They never gave in. So, as long as they can keep Shedeur and Travis healthy, because that's their offense. That defense, they can probably make some noise. I think Colorado's going bowling.
Wow.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Josh, your owner was heard in a Jamie Foxx live stream describing a player's measurables at a Cowboys practice.
You haven't seen this?
No.
Why was he at a Jamie Foxx live stream?
So, yeah, there's a lot of questions that I have.
So Jamie Foxx is
the actor?
They're at a practice.
Okay.
It must have been in the summer. And
is he doing an Instagram
stream
live?
He's doing an Instagram live. And Jerry Jones is over his shoulder having a conversation with somebody else.
So what was he saying about him?
Well, he's talking about this player who's like, he's 5'10", and his hands are like blah, blah, blah. And then he mentions his,
you know what?
8.5-inch
glory hole. His hang low?
Glory hole. Yes.
Wow. Well, if he's 5'10", because the question is which player do I think
which
he's talking
player
about?
do you think he's...
Well, it's not Deuce. Deuce like 5'3".
Well, I can tell you which player he wasn't describing. Travis Henry, the guy he said he couldn't sign because he was too poor.
Derrick Henry.
Sound
like my grandpa. I don't know. This is an uncomfortable question. Let's move on and get out of this as quickly as possible.
Unbelievable. Your owner.
Why is Jerry going and watching the showers? What a freak.
Because he's a weirdo.
That guy is a horny man. Horny. Go to horny jail, Jerry. Bonk.
No, because everyone else in horny jail is also horny.
Yeah, that's true.
Real quick, Nebraska Outlet Mall is getting a new name, Big Ten Crossing. Yes, the developers have signed a deal with the Big Ten to rebrand the shopping center, including naming streets in the development after Big Ten legends. Your thoughts?
I don't understand this. I don't know why. How did this happen? How is this coming to be? Why is the Big Ten agreeing to it?
I have no idea.
It's not even a Big Ten city.
I know.
It's Gretna.
NIL's gone too far.
I don't get it. I'm confused.
But I do like
wow,
this.
that's interesting. The grass.
Well, I do like I do I do like the
Why is
suggestion.
Dana Altman on there?
Because I had a suggestion saying they should get a statue of Big Ten legend Dana Altman.
Hard to
outside the
argue with
building.
that. Hard to argue with that.
Imagine Dana Altman welcoming you in with his giant ass statue.
Mm.
Bend your knees and don't forget to go to the Nike store for some great deals on shoes.
Or the Lego store for some great deals on Legos.
Big
This is
Ten
odd.
cross. It is. It's a weird.
What
Trying
happens?
too hard.
What happens when realignment happens again, and then suddenly Oregon isn't in the Big Ten anymore, but they have Oregon players on there?
Well, they'll get rid of the players.
I mean, apparently they're going to like name streets and things in the mall development after Big Ten legends.
Weird. I'm still going to call it NEX. I'm not changing it. Still Nebraska crossing to me. Dumb. Weird. What a weird time. What a weird time to be alive, John.
What a weird league.
Yeah.
Hey, don't forget to go to the Connor Stallions Vision store.
Very odd. Very odd.
Right there on the corner of
Vision store.
Harbaugh and Schembechler.
Ooh,
at
don't
Big
know. You
Ten
can't
Crossing.
name anything after Schembechler. Not anymore.
Really?
Not anymore.
What about Larry Nasser?
Definitely not.
Mm.
By the way, real quick. Wow, 3 tweets in a row about the 49ers from Schefter. Javon Hargrave suffered a partial triceps tear on Sunday. Likely out for the rest of the year. Brock Purdy, back soreness, considered day-to-day. Christian McCaffrey seeing a specialist in Germany regarding his Achilles tendonitis.
Wow, the 49ers are falling apart.
Well, that's what happens when you play a physically superior team like the Los Angeles Rams.
Nice.
Speaking of that, football's coming up.
It is.
We'll have both games on 2 of the stations of the zone. This one and the 1180.
Two
The Zone.
hot
But first, we got to figure out what we're going to be eating while we watch these games.
We'll find out next on 1620 The Zone.
It's down. We're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Yesterday was such a fine day. The Rams were winning, and we had a delicious beef stew.
Oh, God!
So good.
That sounds horrible.
What's wrong with beef stew?
You have
everything.
You have no idea what you're missing.
I do. I've had it before.
Everything's good. I like mine raw plus.
No, rare plus, John.
Whatever.
Rare plus. No, beef stew's garbage. It's trash.
You've never had good beef stew.
It's for bad people. It's for monsters.
Beef stew?
The wife also made some delicious pecan maple cookies. Very good.
We are doing, what's the thing that the KFC bowls, like the chicken mashed potato?
Oh, you're going to KFC, the superior chicken.
We're doing homemade KFC bowls, John. We'll call them
delicious.
Popeyes bowls. Yeah, I'm very excited.
Oh, well, you're never going to eat those then. It'll take forever.
I'm not sure what we're doing tonight.
By the way, McMurphy just reported that Utah State is expected to accept a Pac-12 offer tonight.
Well,
7 football members in both the Pac-12 and Mountain West, 1 short of NCAA requirements for an FBS. It's been a weird, we have barely talked about this stuff today, but it's been a weird day on the realignment front. Because schools are like, no, we're staying here, we're staying here, we're staying here.
Is there ever a not weird day on the realignment front?
Fair point, Nick.
I thought we weren't supposed to talk about it because the season's already
Well,
happening.
it's the last minute of the show. It's the last minute of the show.
It's the last minute of the show.
Yeah.
Not even the last minute, it's the last 30 seconds.
It's the last 30 seconds, yeah. Last 10
Tomorrow,
seconds.
Mike Farron's probably going to do Mike Farron things, and Bruns and Sipple. And
oh, wow, what a day.
What a day indeed.
Bye!
Hot Take Market and more.